Hey guys, just a quick update here. I am long MicroStrategy at 1517.5 right here. Long MicroStrategy. Members already know we covered our short position at 1514, so we are long now. MSTR at this 1517.50. Stop loss, low of day, basically around 1506. So stop loss is around 1506. But we are long at the moment. MSTR. Again, Bitcoin has gone through a pretty hard sell-off at the moment. Down, currently speaking, about 5.62%, but trying to bounce here. You can see that Bitcoin's actually had a nice retrace back to that breakout trend line. So if this is where the bulls absolutely want to hold, you had this little inverse head and shoulders on the 4-hour chart, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. This is your neckline where you broke out of. You're now back testing that neckline. There is some support here. If the bulls lose this, you're going to fall to about 62, maybe 62, 3,000. So this is a critical level for the Bitcoin maxis and bulls to hold at this point in time. As of now, you are getting a nice little bounce off of that zone. Again, members and I took about 15, just over 15%. You do have equity markets under pressure again today. You have interest rates breaking out yet again, confirming the technical breakout that we saw across the Canadian market, that we saw pretty much happen yesterday. So 10-year yield is getting a nice little breakout at the moment. So definitely interesting to see how the market is now potentially entering a phase where we're going to reprice according to the inflationary trends. Again, we've been in an inflationary, bull for the last basically 2 months, this being the fact that oil again keeps hitting higher and higher. Liquid oil just hit my $84 target on WTI crude, and it is piercing that. So that $84 target has been achieved on WTI crude. So equity markets will be under pressure today because you have the VIX up, you have yields up, you also have the dollar. Dollar's flat right now, so it's nothing crazy, but right now you do have the VIX crashing quite a bit. Russell down 0.7, SPY down 0.4, QQQ down half. So semiconductors are under pressure today, and we'll see. Nat gas is in an interesting spot for those of you that have been following my nat gas analysis. Basically, nat gas is now back testing this key 186.22 level. So I am interested in picking up a potential long off of this 186.22 level. You can see it is trying to hold here, a lot of volume coming in. So there is some signs of positivity around nat gas in this zone, but you really want to hold this level. So I'm looking at some potential intraday longs on oil, nat gas, but at the moment we are just sitting in an MSTR waiting for the market to open. We do have some data. We did have, let me just take a peek here, see what's coming out at 8:30. Nothing at 8:30. You have the JOLTS job openings around 10 a.m. So I think that we can sit in this trade till about 10 a.m. where I'd probably look to exit ahead of that data. All right, guys. If you look at the QQQ is opening up in negative territory. 7-day moving average in yellow here, sitting at 444.87. We are currently below that at 442.65. And I think that you're going to have some support, a nice deal of support at this trend line. If you look on the 4-hour chart, you're still trading inside of this impulse green candle breakout. So nothing really wrong there. If we look on the hourly chart, you're actually coming up into the EMA 113 on the hourly chart, sitting at 442.19. I think that's probably going to be a potential buyable level for us on a day trade scalp long. If you look at this little bit of a consolidation pattern on the Qs, you can see we're hovering right at the 382 fib. Your 50% fib is sitting a little bit lower. Interesting. So we'll just continue to watch the Qs. We'll continue to watch Bitcoin here, and we'll continue to watch MicroStrategy. I am going to go silent on the mic as I'm doing more chart scans. If anything else comes available, I will let you guys know. So again, at the moment, guys, just long MSTR at 1517.5. looking just for a day tradable bounce. Good morning, Eric. Good morning. Eric's looking at SOX, SOXS. Yeah, semis are under pressure again, right? They were strong yesterday, and now they're under pressure. Again, on the daily chart of SOXX, you can see it actually is in. Let me go to the hourly chart, actually. Let me flip back to the regular price session. You can see that the SOXX tried breaking out yesterday, never really confirmed on the hourly chart, still inside of this neckline in a very tight distribution pattern at the moment. I think if the SOX break this trend line, this upsloping trend line on an hourly basis, pivot low, if you break this vicinity, you're probably heading down to 223.61. Notice the relative strength in the semis. Take a look at the hourly EMA 113, how far above you are trading on the SOX. So that's sitting at 223.60. When you look at the Qs are just basically in the pre-market, just hovering right above that zone. So definitely relative strength still in the semis, which means it's a tougher short than the Qs at this point. But again, we all know that I am accumulating SOXS, so I do think that there's a chance it could still be a really, really solid day trade to the downside today. So we'll watch it closely. But everything across the board is gapping down except for energy. Energy's remaining resilient today. Bart B saying he'd love to see a big move up in the UVIX. Yeah, it could be starting, right? It could be starting. It's going to be gapping up this morning. We'll see if it wants to play dirty today. All right, guys, I'm just going to go silent and scan through some charts. I'll be ready to hop back on if necessary. Eric's looking at GE. Let me take a quick peek at GE. GE's been a monster. Absolute monster. Oh, wow. It must be news. Jeez. What's the news, Eric? Let me do some work on this, guys. But if you could find out what the news on GE is. GE's a tough one, guys. There's not really much technical support in this range. It's just been a grind higher and higher week after week after week. But, you know, you're hitting the weekly 20 MA here, actually piercing it. Daily chart, you are into a whole host of support here. That EMA 113 should hold. You also have this big technical gap. Large volume gap here. Just flip to the pre-market. So we hit a low on GE. And we hit a high on GE. Excuse me. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that news. So GE Aerospace and GE Veronica are now trading separately. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. No problem, Eric. No problem. Yeah, I might be switching the live day trade room. I'm exploring starting potentially a service where the live day trade room is actually paid for, and I probably will be starting a little bit earlier. But members, if you're a current TC member, I will be looking to grandfather those people in. So there's an exclusive benefit for all the people that have been showing support thus far. Guys, this GE one is a tough one. Reason being, I mean, there is a lot of support here on the daily chart, but what I don't like is the fact that we're actually slicing through this 236 fib very sharply. Don't like that. You can see if you take this low pivot to this high pivot, you are slicing through the 50%. Very interesting. But this is a pretty big standard deviation move. This is a pretty big standard deviation move. But that EMA 113, it should hold. If it doesn't hold here, I mean, you're looking at 134.44, which is a pretty sizable move lower from here. But GE should get a bounce. It's just the market is a little bit weak right now. for those of you who are trying to bottom pick GE here, I have no issues. Just realize that it can actually go all the way down to 137.75 today. That's your 8-hour 200 MA support. Right now you're at that EMA 113 on the daily. So there is support here. If you look on the weekly, slicing through that 20 MA, 20 weekly MA. It's a big deal. It's a really big deal. But I have no issues if you're trying to bottom pick GE here. But there might be a little bit more unwinding when the market opens with a big move like that. So we'll watch it for a day trade. We'll watch it. Good morning, good morning. Anybody else has any outsized moves this morning that they want me to take a look at? Feel free to drop the ticker. We all know that crypto's under pressure this morning. Oil stocks are ripping. Nat gas retesting that 186.22 zone. 186.22 zone. QQQs will be gapping down this morning. Qs are actually losing the short-term 7-day moving average at the moment. So you'll have your support, your first daily chart support sitting at that 20-day MA. It's your first level of support on the Qs. Gold and silver strong again. VIX, the UVIX is now up 3.14% in the after hours. So just understand that we are seeing volatility being accumulated. Healthcare took a dump. Thanks, Anonymous. UNH and Humana, for example. We'll take a look at those. Eric is asking, would you love your thoughts on picking up gold here? Also confused about the right timing to pick up 20-year T-bills. Okay, so a couple of different questions. Well, it's a two-part question on Eric's case. Let's start with gold. So gold's been a monster, no doubt, right? I would wait. I wouldn't be buying gold up here. Although I do think gold is actually going to hit 2,400 by year end, I would wait. Why would we wait? Well, you look what's happening behind the scenes in the market. Inflation is starting to just uptick a little bit here. It's not saying that we're going back to the highs, that we started during the tightening cycle, but it's starting to uptick, and you can't really deny that fact because of oil. Oil's single-handedly going to increase and spike the CPI for the next 2 months. So when we get March's data this month, and then when we get April's data next month, both prints are likely going to come in hotter on the energy side. And we all know that that's been very sticky when you compare the year over year. So with that being said, why does that influence gold? Well, because the dollar. You look at the DXY. The DXY is breaking out. It did break out yesterday. Nice little flag pattern breakout. Looking to get a daily close above this key pivot. Upside target 106, and then I have another target around 107-ish. But the dollar's potentially forming a nice daily chart pattern here to push higher, and that could be detrimental to the overall gold market just in the near term. I think gold is actually seeing signs of accumulation for a couple of reasons. But look at that chart breakout on the Dixie. That's a nice chart breakout. Weekly chart, daily chart. Clear as day breakout. You are putting in a little bit of a negative divergence on GLD. A little bit of a negative divergence, but definitely very, very extended in the near term. Super, super extended. I could see gold retracing to, excuse me. I could see gold retracing back down to this 2200, 2195, back in this consolidation range. And that's just purely on the Dixie. And then you look at interest rates as well. So I know you're looking at at the 20-year. So that's TLT. But look what happened with interest rates today. Another daily chart candle to the upside. Another 1.76% on the 10-year. That's a big move. And what's interesting is you have the 2-year severely underperforming the 10-year. That's the long end of the curve telling market participants and bond traders that, hey, inflation is remaining sticky. Everything that we're seeing in the yield market is supporting what we have been discussing here at TC with members. Interest rates, nice daily chart breakout. Looks like this 10-year yield wants to go to 4.7. That's your next move. If you look at the 20-year, which is what Eric was looking at, acquiring TLT, I wouldn't get in front of this just quite yet. You know, when we factor in, the market right now is pricing in a little bit more stickier inflation. And what that means is that next month you are seeing probably the market front run a hotter CPI. So I'm expecting CPI in the middle of this month to come out stickier and hotter, which should spike yields. I think that you're going to see from now until the CPI print, you're going to see yields continue catching a bid. You know, there will be a little bit of pullbacks, but I think you'll start to see yields continue to press higher, higher, higher into the CPI. Then when CPI comes out, you're likely going to have a big spike up. That'll kind of be your blow off top move. I think that's when you buy TLT and inch into some T-bills. As of now, just let it play out. You know, even if the Canadian market. So what's interesting about the Canadian market, and I do encourage people to pay attention to it, even though it's small, is that Canadians have actually been almost seeing a they've actually been reporting a much, much stronger decline in inflation, which I think is the farthest thing from the truth. But look at this 10-year yield breakout. Look at this nice downsloping trend line. Huge technical breakout on the 10-year. And that's telling us that likely, again, inflation is remaining a little bit stickier than what most market participants thought at the end of the year. So definitely wait on those T-bills. Definitely wait. Like if you're looking at TLT, TLT is just about to have a big breakdown here. You know, the fact that TLT has tried breaking out numerous times, you can see it's tried breaking out of this trend line a few times here. It's just been hovering along it. Keeps getting rejected. Keeps getting rejected. Still putting in lower highs, lower lows. That's a clear downtrend. It's a clear downtrend in bonds, which means that yields are likely pushing up. Let's look at Humana. Yeah, Eric, it's been my thesis that the 10-year will flip the 2-year at some point this year. And that's when equity markets generally get a big sell signal. Again, stocks rally when the 2-year is stronger than the 10-year, but typically stocks dump when the 10-year is outperforming. Nice job, Paul. Yep, I'm long MSTR at this 1750. Just a little bit of a position myself. All right, there's a couple of the questions. We'll look at nat gas, Gabriel, in a moment. Humana, HUM. Yeah, you know, this is one that's been on my radar. It's actually, wow, it's another gap down, eh? Cheapers. It's a good thing I stayed away from this. Is actually one I'm very interested in a swing trade on Humana, guys. Actually, nice. Thanks for putting this in, Anonymous. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. This is one that I'm actually very interested for a swing trade. I stayed away from it for a couple weeks. Good thing, because you are seeing a gap down today, but it's into a whole host of support here. You can see this downsloping trend line. You can see this larger upsloping trend line, which we're actually piercing it by a fair degree. This is a big level. Wow. See Bitcoin potentially putting in a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. It's coming down again at the moment, which is dragging MSTR down. You can see this little trend line it's getting rejected at, but maybe forming a little bit of a bottom here. Could be a little inverse head and shoulders. That would not surprise me. But we are seeing MSTR come down a bit more. But definitely Humana's on watch, guys, for a nice reversal. I even like it down here for a starter position. I do quite like it. Just see what gaps we're into here, if there's any. So, I mean, you have a fairly large gap fill down here around this 291.58. Substantial degree away, though. Let's actually mark this little low pivot in. That's your gap window. Sorry, while I just scroll back to the price action. So you can see Humana's breached this channel to the downside. I think we could retrace and get a bounce back inside there. Good observation. We'll keep that one on watch. let's take a peek at nat gas here. Let's take a peek at nat gas. Hey Shub, welcome to the stream. I'm riding a bit of an MSTR long in the pre-market here, just a little starter position. We're looking at GE for some longs, Humana for some longs. Nat gas right now, again, nat gas had that big impulse breakout candle yesterday. Now it's all it is doing is back testing this critical 186.22, also this little breakout trend line. So it needs to hold. Nat gas needs to hold here. This is where the bulls should defend it, in between this 186.22 range and 184. That's kind of the line in the sand to be bullish. This is a buyable level. Just keep your stops tight. Chris is saying he'd buy Boyle here. Yeah, again, I mean, it's definitely trying to break out here. Nat gas hasn't officially confirmed on the daily chart, but you did get that breakout out of this wedge pattern. Just be careful. This is still putting in lower highs on the trend. Even with that power move yesterday, it's still putting in lower highs. Appreciate that, Chubb. Thank you, thank you. You're also asking, why is UNG so low? A little bit of decay in the ETF rollover, but this is why you always have to look at the underlying commodity itself. All right, guys, so we're looking at GE, Humana, and MSTR on the long side. I think you could short the Qs as long as we stay underneath this 20-day moving average. On the daily chart, it's sitting at 441.58. We are currently below that. You'll have your bigger support level around this 439 zone, this previous pivot. So it'll impulse green candle breakout. And then you also have this upsloping trend line going back to about the start of the year. Hey guys, sorry, I was just doing some analysis. Yeah, I could see Bitcoin going down to 50K. I could easily see that. You know, there's a lot of support levels in between that range, but definitely 50K is in the cards. I think that there's still a bigger sell-off before the run up to about 85K. Right now we are seeing MSTR fall. Bitcoin again going back down to the lows. Let's see if it holds the support level. If it doesn't hold the support level, Bitcoin, believe it or not, could flush down today to about 63, 62,000. So guys, just 1 second. I gotta see what my cat is doing with my printer. She's friggin' starting it up or something. All right, a couple of you are looking at home builders. So Eric's looking at home builders. So home builders are going to be under pressure because of rates, right? Rates are breaking out, and that's going to influence home builders in a drastic way. You can see the heavy volume reversal yesterday. That's a pretty sharp reversal on home builders. You know, definitely a very extended chart, still in a strong uptrend. You can even see it broke this parallel range. I think that we revert back to the mean inside of this range. You know, I think that your bigger buyable level of support is probably back inside this consolidation range, this flag range. Right now, you know, I wouldn't go long. Still a tough short, but you could probably squeeze some alpha on the short side of this name. But just recognize that this is coming from a very strong bullish uptrend. Hasn't made a lower high yet. So the dips will be bought in this name. Let's look at Lennar. Lennar, very similar looking chart. Let's look at KB. Also very similar looking chart. See, the Qs are at pretty much the low in the pre-market. Right now, NVIDIA is actually getting smacked down 1.6, AMD down 1.7, SMCI down 2.5, Tesla down 1.5. Tesla just can't catch a bid for the life of it. Sorry, my cat is going crazy right now. Gigi? No, that's not your toy. Oh my god. Where the heck did you put that? Oh, she's so mischievous. Yeah, Chris is right. Chris is right. You want to just be careful with nat gas. It's a tough trade still. Many people have been burned on the long side and continue to be underwater via leverage and that decay. And I mean, when you look at nat gas, it's just been really stuck in a range for the last, call it just over a month. It's really gone nowhere. So, I mean, all that decay in those levered ETFs are eating people up. Fees, etc., etc. Yeah, if it gives back yesterday's entire move, yikes, that's not a good sign. But I'm watching it. I'm watching it closely because I do like it. At some point, we will get in that gas. Right now, you still have the 10-year up 1.7, SPY down 0.63, Qs are down 0.84, Russell down over 1%. So it's a tough market right now, but again, we haven't had a big down day in the indices. So it's going to be interesting to see how we shape up. What's interesting is, again, on the Qs, you actually have this little channel that we've been chopping in. Let's see how they do it. So that's the channel that I'm observing in the Qs, which we're currently trading near the center point. So you can see there's a whole bunch of support down around this 439 zone, which is still about a couple points off. Just going to take away some of these moving averages just to clean up the chart. We have breached the EMA on the hourly chart, so that's a very bearish sign. UVIX is now 5%, guys. So we're seeing a huge bid coming into the UVXY. That's also a very, very negative sign for the indices. Very negative. GG. That's not your toy. Come on, you're messing up. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting session. You can see MicroStrategy dumping harder here. Volume is coming in, but they are dumping MSTR. Bitcoin getting faded. MSTR is now down on the session 8.6%. Pretty big down move. Pretty big down move. Guys, I just added to my MSTR here at 1496, 1496. My average is now sitting at 1505.80, 1505.80. Yeah, Tesla dumping. Everything's dumping, right? You're seeing a market repricing event on the back of yields, inflation. So Bitcoin's trying to hold this 65K, a little bit of a double bottom zone. Scrolling through some charts here, guys. Tesla just dumping here. Wow. Quite the move down in Tesla, guys. Let's see if we have some day tradable long levels. So those 140 puts that members and I took are really starting to pay out nicely. Really starting to pay out nicely. Tough chart, guys. Tough chart on Tesla to trade. You know, I think everyone's going to be watching that double bottom zone. But it's a tough one. You know, there is some support, but this one's just been in a bear range, and you can see it actually tried breaking out here and got rejected again. So, I mean, my members, we have 140 puts expiring mid-month on around the 19th, 140 put. You know, as of with today's drop, we're actually going to be up about 166% on those put contracts. And we got still a lot of time on the clock, but with that type of a gap down, I mean, I know it's bearish, but we're hitting double bottom. It almost makes me want to just skim some profits off of this zone. But I would have to personally wait on Tesla for this double bottom in order to look for a day trade long. You are coming up into this gap fill. You've actually breached it quite substantially. You can see you're actually heading much lower than the pre-market low. Just keep bleeding here. So wait for double bottom personally. I'm just going to ride my MSTR long, average sitting at 1505.80. And I'm also looking at GE and Humana on the long side, guys. Chris is talking about DraftKings. DraftKings looks to have put in a top big red engulfing candle, 4-hour candle with confirmation, looking for a $10 downside. Okay, I like that. I like that. Let's look at DraftKings, TKNG. So you got that 4-hour engulfing candle. I see that, and you did confirm. So nice little observation. This name is hitting some support And see, this is your level of support that DraftKings is now into. This pivot high to pivot to pivot, so you're trading right at that area. So there is support here on DraftKings. Just beware that you could have a little bit of a bounce, maybe 50% retrace, and then you make your lower move. But this chart does look like it wants to go a little bit lower. I could see us coming back down to gap fill. Shub is saying, I think Apple broke neckline on Head and Shoulders. Let's take a look. Guys, it's 15 minutes. Again, my focus, area of focus, we're already long MSTR. I'm looking at a long on Humana. I am writing already a Tesla put with members. So we're nicely up on that trade. Oil continuing to rip. I am eyeing up nat gas too. So keep nat gas. So if we look at Apple, I have it still just holding its trend line of support at the moment. And again, it can break this level. It can absolutely break this level, but it has to get a close below it to trigger. A close below triggers the potential Head and Shoulders. So it hasn't closed yet below. It is currently trading just below that area, but it has not closed just quite yet. But big moves across the board. Big moves across the board. I'm just scrolling through my list here. MSTR still down 8. Coin down 5. Mara down 6. Natgas down 2.7. ARM down 1.9. Meta down 1. Google down 1.6. Amazon down 1. Micron down 1. Energy stocks catching a bid. Oil up another 1%. Rig flying up 2.83. Eli Lilly down 1. Canopy Growth seeing some slight green. Boeing's down, Roku's down, Snap, Carvana all negative, Enphase negative, SMH down 1.68, Intel down 1.7, JP Morgan's negative, Datadog's negative. AR, or natural gas resource stock, holding positive despite the weak market. Hershey, green on the screen. Hershey's green. LI Auto is green. FCX, so copper stocks showing some signs. Lithium stocks getting clobbered again. Valero Energy holding up. So it seems like energy and commodities are holding up okay at the moment. Energy and commodities. Very, very interesting. Let's look at the Qs again. So again, no real bid in Bitcoin off this level. It's just super, super weak. Super, super weak. Look at the Qs just dump, guys. Look at the Qs just dump. I'm going to actually put this as my pre-market low. And we're still bleeding. Still bleeding. As yields press. Wow, Qs are still dumping, guys. Qs are still dumping, which actually sets us up. If we keep flushing into the open, there's going to be a nice bounce here. just going to flip my charts back to the regular trading session just to see where we are. So again, hourly chart coming up into this 439.75 zone. 4-hour chart. Daily chart, we're well below the 20 MA. I think I like a QQQ long around 438.74. That's what I'm eyeing up. All right, we're going to keep Humana on watch. I do like this one the most for also another day trade long. So again, guys, we're in an MSTR long trade. We're looking at Humana long. I do like this area. A lot of support here. Nat gas still under a lot of pressure at the moment. Same thing with MSTR. Scrolling through some of these charts here. Yeah, everything's pretty much red across the board. Just want to take a quick peek at the sectors, guys. See the best. So copper's strong today. So all sectors are red except for XLE energy. Regionals getting clobbered down 1.4, XRT down half, financials down half. The worst performing sector today is XLY, so consumer discretionary, Tesla, Amazon. Makes sense with Tesla's big dump. That makes a lot of sense. All right, guys, Bitcoin's trying to break and breach this key neckline zone. Second worst performing sector is healthcare, XLV, then XLK. And yeah, so a lot of weakness across the board today. A lot of weakness across the board. Again, that 10-year just keeps pressing along with the 20 and 30-year. VIX is now 5.5% on the session. SOXS is up 5.47%. All right, guys, my next ad level on MSTR. Again, this is a high-risk trade because Bitcoin's under pressure, and you can see it's breaching and trying to make new lows. GE's down in sympathy to UNH healthcare stocks. And then the spin-off, sorry. The spin-off of one of the viewers put it in the chat here. If you scroll up somewhere, I can't remember what it was from. Oh, there it was. GE Aerospace and GE Veronica are now trading separately. So a spin-off of GE and GEV. So that's why GE's down so much. Again, I appreciate that information by one of the viewers. Alright guys, so Nat Gas is actually catching a nice bid off this 186.22 level, so they are defending support. So as long as you hold above that 186.22, which we're currently above, you could see it have a nice potential move higher. Bitcoin's still selling off here. Nat Gas seeing a pretty big sizable bid. Nat Gas is seeing a big bid. Bitcoin's starting to dump a little bit more. Trying to hold this pivotal zone. Tesla's had a little bit of a bounce off that gap fill. Hey, it's Common Sense. Yeah, we can look at some during the day once we have the open commenced here and underway. I'm just going to flip everything to my regular trading hours, guys. Regular trading hours. As we are set to open here. Again, I'm looking at a Humana long off this level. We're already holding MSTR, average 1505, but Bitcoin's weak, so it could flush QQQ long level, I think we could flush to 438.74. 438.74 is a long level on the Qs. Dixie's getting faded despite the yield strong. All right, guys, we're set to open here. We are set to open. Again, the VIX is flying right now. SOXS semiconductor bear ETF is flying. All right, markets are open, guys. Markets are open. Big dump on MSTR. I did just add there at 1473. 1473. I got filled at. Bitcoin's still trying to go lower. Humana's trying to bounce. Qs are trying to catch a little bit of a bid, but still weak on the session. My average on MSTR is sitting here at 1487.49. We are green. See the QQQ trying to catch a minor bid. UVXY is still trying to press higher. MicroStrategy keeps going lower, guys. Bitcoin's still under a lot of pressure at the moment. You can see the Qs are trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Next ad level on MSTR is this 1451. 1451. GE still trying to bounce off that EMA. It's not doing so successfully at the moment. Qs are trying to bounce here. We are seeing MSTR trying to bounce. Still a little weak on the session, but it is trying. Bitcoin is going lower, guys. Bitcoin is going lower. Humana trade is working out really, really well, guys. Humana is pressing sharply. Bitcoin seeing more sellers. Google catching a bid. Apple's still weak. Tesla's trying to firm up here. NVDA, no bounce yet. Super, super weak on the session. Bitcoin, still no bid in Bitcoin yet. Nice move in Humana, guys. HUM. Nice move in Humana. This one I like on a swing trade basis, day trade basis. Still no bid in Bitcoin. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Qs are all looking heavy at the moment. Still looking very, very heavy. Big bounce in MSTR. Big bounce in MSTR. You still have the VIX spiking. Nice bounce in MSTR. Still holding a long on MSTR, long on Humana. Come on, MSTR. Bounce it. Bounce it. Look at this push in MSTR, guys. Look at the push coming in. Bitcoin's still trying to bounce a little bit here. Let's look at the Qs. Qs are trying to hold steady here. The UVXY still pressing higher. MSTR getting slightly faded. Slightly faded. Qs are coming back down. NVDA is still showing some signs of distribution and weakness. QQQ coming back down again. We are coming up into some support, very close on the Qs. Around 438.72, we can actually buy the QQQ. So 438.72, I'm going to inch in on the QQQ long position, guys. 438.72, I am going to inch in on a long position. Still holding MSTR. Bitcoin really hasn't bounced at all. Dollar's still softening, guys. The Dixie's still softening. UVIX is still pressing. More weakness creeping into NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now down 2.7, QQQ down 1.3, SPY down 0.94, IWM down 1.5. So massive sell side pressure in the indices. Look at this. All right, guys, I'm long the Qs here. 438.72, just started a position. 438.72. This is a 1/4 entry on the Qs, guys. 1/4 entry, long entry on the Qs. Next ad level is just going to be about 50 cents lower, so 438.22. Look at MSTR go. They're dumping MSTR. Wow. VIX is still pressing here. MSTR still going lower. Tesla trying to catch a bid. So right now, guys, we are long the Qs. We're long MicroStrategy. Average on MSTR sitting at 1487.49. Next entry's at 1451. 1451. Bitcoin is catching a small little pop here. So we're holding a long on the Qs in the money, a long on MSTR in the money, and Humana in the money. I like Humana as a day trade, guys. I do like, or sorry, as a swing trade as well. If you're not a member, I do like it as a swing trade in this zone. Again, a lot of heavy selling. Microsoft down 1, AMD down 4.2, getting absolutely clobbered here on AMD. ARM is getting clobbered. Qs are getting a really big bounce, guys. Qs are getting a really big bounce at the moment. GE still hovering at that daily chart support level. It hasn't really firmed up at all. You can see MicroStrategy trying to firm up. Nice little bounce on the Qs coming in. Let's see where we are in terms of 10-minute chart. Look at this QQQ 10-minute chart. I think we retest this 440 zone on the Qs. NVIDIA is trying to catch a bounce. Qs are still trying to firm up here across the board. Still waiting on MSTR to give us some sort of a bigger bounce. Hasn't done so yet. I could see MSTR retesting at least 1520, about 1522. Obviously, it's going to be depending what Bitcoin does. Whoa, Humana, big dump on Humana. That was quite a sizable dump. SMCI down 4.8. UVIX is still trying to catch a bid. You have MSTR trying to press higher here. All right, guys, a lot of weakness still. Apple down, Q's down, Russell down. UVIX is flying to the high side. We're long MicroStrategy. We are in the money slightly. Again, average is sitting at 1487 there. And we're long the Qs as well, guys. Long Humana, but that's a swing trade. Just shows you how this market can go from absolute bull to some heavy sell side pressure. Again, really the pressure is being put on by the yield market. Yields are absolutely flying here. Nat gas still trying to hold up. Google's getting hit pretty hard to the downside. Apple's trying to stabilize and press higher here. That one's been a little bit more oversold compared to a lot of names. NVIDIA trying to press a little bit here. Again, Qs are hitting that support zone, which is what we bought here at this 438.72 zone. MicroStrategy still at the moment down 8.6. Quite fascinating. 8.6% down. Meta's only down 0.6. Microsoft at the lows. Apple well off the lows. Tesla's off the lows. NVIDIA near the lows. Bitcoin trying to bounce and recapture 65K. Qs, we're still long the Qs, guys. We are still long the QQQ. And we're long MicroStrategy. So again, guys, still a lot of sell side pressure. Dixie's negative. VIX is still at the highs of the session. Q's near the lows. Microsoft near the lows. NVIDIA near the lows, but trying to bounce here. Tesla's got a nice bounce off that 163 zone. Still holding this MSTR long. See if Bitcoin can firm up at all. Trying to put in a higher low. So here's your low, higher low. Let's see if we can put in a higher high on MSTR. Still super weak though. GE is trying to find some support here. So GE might be a little bit of a long play, guys. GE, General Electric, might be a bit of a long trade. MSTR, Bitcoin seeing some more selling. Qs, we're still long the Qs, holding up okay. Guys, I'm long GE, 139.80, 139.80. I'm long GE, 139.80. 139.80, guys. 139.80. This is a 1/4 entry long GE. So we have 3 positions on the go. QQQ long, MSTR, and GE. 3 long day trades at the moment. So 139.80 on GE. High risk trade. Next level will be at 139. Basically about 80 cents lower at a time. Let's keep the Qs on watch though. I'll watch GE on my other screen and update you as it progresses. Bitcoin's still trying. Lulu moving towards that interesting level, 375. I'll take a Lulu look on my other screen. Just give me a second here. Yeah, a lot of weakness. Yeah, Lulu looks enticing down here. It's just been bludgeoned, right, ever since that earnings gap. Just been bludgeoned down. So I think that you could look for a move back to about 395, maybe even 400 calls. Look appealing here. Let's look at Lulu call options. MSTR is firming up nicely. All right, guys, I just took 380 call on Lulu, 380 call expiring end of the week. This is a high risk trade, 380 call. Size for loss, please, guys, size for loss. I did just take a 380 call on Lulu. It's a high risk trade. I got filled at $2.98 a con. $2.98 a con. Still holding MSTR. Still holding this QQQ. Still holding a GE. MSTR is still performing well, still waiting for the Qs to bounce. Nat gas is really firmed up. Still waiting on MSTR. It's getting a nice potential higher high here. Let's see if MSTR can start squeezing. It's pushing up as the Qs are pushing down. So that's kind of interesting. Bitcoin again trying to press a little bit higher. Still no bounce in Microsoft. Really, it's been weak. Apple's looking a little bit more firm on the session. VIX is still near the highs. All right, guys, I just got filled on GE 138.97. 138.97. That's the second entry on GE. My average is now sitting at 139.38. 139.38 on GE. 139.38. And I got filled at 138.97. Okay, still holding MSTR. We are in the driver's seat nicely. Bitcoin really hasn't bounced yet, but it's trying. Next ad level on GE is around 138.17. Oil's taking a small little breather. Oil's taking a breather. Nat gas is seeing a rotation though. NVIDIA is trying to firm up. Qs, we're still long the Qs as well. And MSTR. Nice bounce coming in. Costco nearing an interesting level. We can take a peek at Costco. Nice bounce on the Qs. Let's see cost. Yeah, nice down move on Costco. You actually had utilities now turn green on the session. Costco is interesting. This is an interesting level for sure on Costco. Definitely. Probably gets a bounce here. Stock like this, leading name, coming up into a gap fill. But definitely looks like a lowercase h. It probably will go lower at some point. Just, whoa, Qs just sort of took a hard dump there, guys. That was a hard dump. I don't know if there's news on Microsoft, but that was a hard dump on the Qs, guys. That was a hard candle down. That was quite significant. That candle down, that was a big drop. That was a really big, either a fat finger or something, but that was big. All right, GE's getting a nice bounce. Still holding MSTR, guys. Qs are still seeing some hard rejection at the moment. MSTR still trying to give us that higher high. Markets are trying to get a bounce here. Markets are trying to get a bounce. MSTR did give us that higher high. MSTR did give us that higher high. Bitcoin trying to press a little bit higher. What's the take profit on the level on the QQQ? I think back in this 440 range, a Pierce of 440 I'm looking at. Pierce of 440. So that would give us about $1.36 a share. MSTR I'm still riding because I am still seeing Bitcoin pushing. We're also riding GE, basically just a little flat on that position. Just a little flat. The Dixie is collapsing here, guys. Now down over 0.23%. And that's on the back of strong yields. That's on the back of strong yields. Alright guys, I just sold MSTR at 1520, all out of MSTR. Still holding the Qs. Qs hit that pre-market. Let's look at NVDA. Alright, so we are still seeing the Qs trying to push up and create a little bit of a base here. Took profits on MSTR. Alright, so Qs are still trying to firm up. Nat gas is actually looking interesting here. Nat gas is trying to keep pressing higher here. MSTR still trying to press a little bit. Still seeing more weakness creeping into the major indices. Yes, it did, Gabriel. Gabriel, thank you. SMCI still down 4, Tesla down 5, AMD down 3.3, Microsoft down 1.38, NVIDIA down 2.3, Apple down 0.6. So a lot of red on the screen today in the markets, a lot of red. So days like these, you want to look at your stock watch list, see what stocks are performing, showing relative strength, what stocks are lagging. Still holding GE, average 139.38. Qs still keep grinding lower here, guys. Qs are still grinding lower. Bitcoin finding some sellers. Yep, oil is now green. Oil is now green. Nat gas is up about 0.16%. I'm trying to climb. A lot of sell side pressure and seeing NVIDIA weakening, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft at the lows. So Microsoft still hasn't firmed up despite being at the lows of the session. It is coming in harder at the moment. Trying to find some buy. NVIDIA is still falling. Look at the Qs fall here, guys. Look at the Qs fall. UVXY, new high of day. UVXY, new high of day. Guys, high risk trade. I'm going to take a 439 0 DTE call on the Qs. High risk 439 0 DTE call on the Qs. I got filled at 89 cents a con. 89 cents a con. Size for loss, please. This is a super high risk trade. Super, super high risk trade. Still seeing a ton of weakness at the moment. A ton of weakness. Guys, I did add to my QQQ position down here at 438.22. 438.22. Next add level is going to be around 437.62. And then the final entry after that is around 437.02. Nat gas is still flying to the high side here. Still holding a long on GE. We're basically just slightly green on it. Nice little flag pattern is being established. Still holding a QQQ half long position with a 439 call. So my average on the Qs here is sitting right at this 438.49. Those are the common shares. And again, I'm still holding a QQQ 439 call. 0 DTE got filled at 89 cents a con. This is a super high risk trade. Again, it is sized for a loss in case we keep flushing. I won't be averaging down on my QQQ calls, but I still have room to add on my common shares. Okay? Bitcoin's still pressing. Nat gas still trying to press higher. Qs are trying to firm up just a touch here. Still weak on the session. Notice the bounce on the Qs has been so weak at the moment. Oh, NVIDIA new lows, Microsoft new lows. That's going to force the Qs potentially lower here itself. Wow, not positive price action in the Qs at the moment. Definitely struggling here by a great margin. Qs are still at the lows. Qs are still at the lows. Still no bounce yet. Microsoft's still struggling quite immensely at the moment. Qs did make new lows there. Bitcoin has made a nice little move, trying to press higher. Nice little bounce there in the Qs. Good sized bounce. IWM down 1.83. Qs are down 1.5. Wow, things are under immense pressure at the moment. Immense pressure. Apple's been trying to bounce. Tesla's been trying to bounce, but the market is just struggling at the moment. Struggling at the moment. AMD still down 4.4. GE right back down. What does the 10-year move mean for the Russell? Not good things. Not good things at all. Because the Russell is full of, for lack of a better word, dog shit companies that are losing money, you run the risk of seeing these companies potentially run into some liquidity strains. Sorry, a little bit of a tongue twist there. All right, VIX starting to cool off a little bit. Nat gas still holding above 190. Qs are trying to bounce. Those QQQ0 DTEs are up about 1 cent per contract, but I'm looking for more. I still think we can get much more out of them. Still seeing the Qs trying to press a little bit higher here. 439 calls are almost in the money. Cons are now sitting at around 95 cents. Looking for more though. I'm still looking for more. Look at the Qs. Those cons are now in the money, guys. Those cons are now in the money. I just exited, sold at $1.08 a con. $1.08 a con. Beautiful little trade. Beautiful little trade. Still holding my common shares, but I exited the 0 DTE. Still holding common shares, average 438.49. I still think we can retrace up to 440, guys. 440. GE trying to firm up. GE is trying to firm up. Oil's still taking a breather at the moment. So nice few wins for us, guys. QQQ position, QQQ 0 GT calls, MicroStrategy win. All right, guys, I'm going to put a in-the-money stop loss on the Qs, in-the-money stop loss on those common shares right here, 438.99. So we're locking in some gains regardless of the outcome right now. And I still think we can hit 440 on the Qs. Still riding GE. Still riding GE, guys. QQQ just stopped me out there, guys. It did just stop me out for the common shares position. So we are all out of the QQQ there. All out of QQQ. Gold up another 1.1% today. GE's now starting to firm up. Bitcoin still pressing. All right, guys, so we're now in the money on the GE trade. We are in the money on the GE trade. Let's see if we can press and get some more. The yields have actually faded here quite sharply, guys. Yields have faded quite sharply. Nat gas still up about 0.5% on the session. Google down 1, Meta down 0.4, Amazon down 0.6, Micron down 2. Canopy growth up 8.3, so you are seeing momentum still continuing to push into the marijuana stocks. So look at this move on CGC. I mean, at the moment, CGC is still trying to press through this resistance, but hasn't been able to do so. Anyone still holding MicroStrategy from this morning? Nice job, because you are in the driver's seat at the moment. We took our profits. Nice little win on MicroStrategy. But don't be too cute with this market, because believe it or not, the QQQ could be forming a little bit of a bearish range that we need to get out of. You're still putting in lower highs today and lower lows. So at the moment, it is looking like it's trying to firm up and put a little bit of a flag pattern on the 1 minute chart, but just recognize we could still flush down and make new lows on the session. Still lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, lower low. So it's a tough market at the moment. Small caps are trying to catch a little bit of a bid here, but down 1.72. I do anticipate the Russell can probably retest its 7-day moving average. Sorry, its 20-day moving average. My apologies. How long does it take for the effects of the yields changing to impact the Russell and other, or do people start to price that in? Should we see? It pretty much it can be repriced on a day-to-day basis. Just because the markets can stay irrational. They don't have to reprice right away, but it's certainly looking like we are repricing at the moment. Certainly looking like we are repricing at the moment. Nat gas is absolutely flying, guys. So nat gas is ripping at the moment. Quite a continuation move. So you are getting that bullish continuation move in nat gas at the moment. It is showing definitely some good signs of life. Let's hope to flush further. Yeah, they could flush it. You never know. They could absolutely flush it. So semis are under a great deal of pressure right now. Semiconductors are under a great deal of pressure. GE starting to rip higher. That's a good sign. Look at GE go, guys. Look at GE go. Starting to rip. So we're back in the driver's seat again. Nice move in GE continuing, guys. Beautiful move in GE. I'm still holding. I'm still holding GE. Oil is really taking a breather at the moment, so that should prove to help the indices. Potential little inverse head and shoulders on the Qs starting. And you also have a little mini bull flag, so this could be a left shoulder, a head, a right shoulder. If you break this neckline, QQQ could have a pretty sizable move back up to about this 441 zone. So we'll see if that wants to transpire. Microsoft bouncing pretty hard. Tesla still looking weak at the moment. So Microsoft GE is really firmed up. Bitcoin's continuing to try to press us back above 66K. Still riding GE on the long side here, guys. We are in charge of this trade at the moment. Up about so almost 1% on the trade. Now we're up 1% on the trade. Come on. All right, guys, I just exited GE for a nice little profit there. Just sold GE. Nice little win on GE, guys. Nice little win on GE. I'm all out at the moment. Now we can look for new setups. So Qs are trying to break out of a little bit of a inverse head and shoulders pattern here. If you were to draw the neckline, you can see it occurring like this. So you've broken out, looking for confirmed candle breakout. Let's see. Again, we are all out of our longs at the moment in terms of day trades. We've taken profits on QQQ common shares, QQQ calls. We've taken profits on GE. We took profits on MSTR. So it has been a nice session, nice live day trading session. We are at 100% win rate for the day. Again, if you haven't checked out my tradingcapital.ca membership, I do run a swing trading and day trading service. So please check out my website. Members and I have entered a few new trades today. Does look like the Qs want to press higher, but they're still struggling at this little neckline, and they could be losing it here. Yes, I am in Humana, but that's a swing trade. That's a swing trade now. Dollar's actually trying to catch a small bid here. Canopy growth now up 12%. And it's very difficult for the Qs to rally on days like this when you have the VIX just absolutely flying to the high side. So just be aware of that. Nat gas for between $3 and $4 by the end of the year. Nat gas, that's my target. It's Common Sense is looking at SCCO, but so many people on Twitter are looking at it. Yeah, I mean that's a household copper name, right? SCCO is definitely a strong copper stock, and you do have copper up nicely on the session today. But definitely a strong name, continuing to just grind here. Sorry guys, I was a little bit behind on the questions. Commodities are tough. The only commodity trade that I have liked is oil, and I am looking at nat gas. I'm interested in getting into BOIL. Maybe UNG is a little bit of a safer option, but I just want to see the pattern develop more. You are holding that 186 critical level for nat gas, so that's a positive sign at the moment. But I do think that nat gas is poised to continue higher here. It's just a matter of what type of entry are you willing to take. In terms of commodities, though, like silver, copper, I'm a little bit hesitant because I am seeing that Dixie has broken out and yields have broken out. So typically that does put a little bit of a headwind on the overall commodity market. We're not really seeing it in gold right now, and silver today, they're actually flying. But that could be telling us that maybe there's some sort of debacle about to unfold in the regionals again. And regionals are down sharply again today, 1.46%. So continuing to see weakness in regionals. So I've been hesitant with gold and silver. All right, at the moment, the Russell's down 1.7, SPY down 0.9, Qs are down 1.3. Qs are trying to form a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern, still putting in a downtrend, lower highs, but it is flagging sideways. Let's look at the big boys now, MSFT and NVDA. We'll watch those carefully because those probably will lead the market higher and lower. GE is still continuing to press, so if you took that trade with us, nice job. We took our profits. Tesla's continuing to wane here. Weaken, weaken, weaken. Tesla's down 6.1. Another day where a big chunk of Elon's net worth is lost. Yeah, nat gas is above 186, Peter. Absolutely. It's trading at 193 on my chart. So it's holding the critical level, but just because it's above it, 1 or 2 day close, I'm just waiting for a potential pattern to unfold. I want to see a bull flag pattern or some sort of a consolidation flag pattern develop on the nat gas chart, and then I think we can ride it up to 225. It's enticing to go long here. I mean, you did get the check back today to pierce 186, and it held pretty vigorously. So, that's an impressive sign, and I'll actually pull up the nat gas. But it was quite an impressive reversal in nat gas off of that 186, 185 zone. So again, it is holding. That was the level I was watching. You see it dipped below it briefly and then boom. So it's looking positive. You can see a little bit of an hourly bull flag chart trying to break out. But I mean, I like to see this daily chart. Sorry, that's the weekly. I'd like to see this daily chart just trade a little bit more sideways in this range for a couple more days, and then I think it's a long all the way up to 226 and potentially even higher. Potentially even higher. But that's the short-term target, 226. But there's some resistance here. I'm not anticipating nat gas to go much higher today. Obviously, it is showing some signs of strength. I think as long as you remain above here, you can try the longs today on nat gas around 191. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Dixie's starting to firm up, guys. I don't like the fact that the Qs are struggling here, really, really struggling. They've put in a nice little consolidation pattern, but they are absolutely struggling here. And this is turning into potentially a failed breakdown or breakout. Guys, I just took a 438 put on the Qs, 0 DTE, got filled at 70 cents a con. 438 put on the Qs, 70 cents a con. It's definitely a high-risk trade, but I'm seeing this potential flag failing, and I'm also seeing a failed breakout potential starting here. Microsoft NVIDIA trying to firm up, though. Trashman looking at... Yeah, I still think Tesla will likely go lower here. It's had a rough inventory report, but I mean, you are at some double bottom support, big gap fill, and there's still a lot of people that will buy the dip on Tesla. So I took profits on my 140 put, monster profits on that 140 put. That was an epic trade. Qs are still struggling just a touch here. They are struggling. Qs are trying to firm up here. All right, Microsoft, I'm seeing the VIX starting to creep back up, guys. Oil as well. Dollar's also trying to creep back up. Dollar's still negative. Yields are still positive. Still seeing immense pressure in the market. A lot of pressure in the market at the moment. I'm still riding this 438 put on the Qs, up about 4 cents a con. We'll see if we get that 438 strike zone to get us to the promised land. Right now you can see we're kind of teetering between the 439 calls, 438 puts. NVDA catching a bid here off of the lows. So NVIDIA is trying to firm up ever so slightly. Qs are also trying to firm up here. Is there a trade in SOXS? Potentially. Potentially. I'll take a look at Nike as well. Let's just look at it on the other screen here. I don't know if there's much of a day trade in SOXS at the moment. There could be, but I prefer to just handle the Qs at this point. You know, SOX is down 2.26. You are seeing a tremendous amount of weakness in NVIDIA, AMD, SMCI. So there could be a short trade. Nike, you can see putting in a little bit of a positive divergence here. I prefer Nike still in this $89, $90 range. I think Nike has a little bit more downside, and then maybe you can build into some long dated call positions or even just common shares. All right, guys, QQQ cons are now sitting at 78 cents. We're up about 8 cents a con. I'm still waiting for more. Come on, give us a flush to 438. That would be epic. Guys, if we've hit this bottom of this channel today, that's our long entry. So be ready for a long trade setup as well. Be ready. Qs are still trying to hold this vicinity. They are trying to hold. Potential little bear flag on the 1 minute chart trying to break down. Again, indices are still a little bit oversold. We're seeing Tesla, Microsoft, Meta all curling down. Bitcoin getting rejected at 66K. Amazon curling down. NVDA trying to curl up. Come on, break it down, Qs. Break it down. In the near future, guys, this stream will be switching to a paid version. Yes, my husky's dreaming. He's always doing his little twitches and little cries as he's sleeping in the sun here. So he's present, and then my cat's sitting right beside me as well. So they're all present. Again, what I was saying, guys, is that this stream will be switching to a paid version in the near future. That being said, members will be I'll be looking to grandfather members in or give them a super exclusive rate. But as of now, we're looking at grandfathering in all members, all TC members. But at some point, the live day trading room will be a paid service. And look at the alpha that we've generated today. 4 of 4 wins in the live trading room. That pays for membership itself. All right, guys, so we're still riding this QQQ 438 put. Cons are sitting at 79 cents. I entered at 70 cents, so we're up about 8 cents a con. Come on. Let's see if we can get one little flush. And we're going to switch to longs, guys, as well. We'll switch to longs. Once we make a new little low of day, I'm going to start looking at some longs on the Qs. There's some other individual names that I like as well. Come on. Dixie's still trying to remain firm. Yeah, Elon will have less count while sitting in his bunker. Absolutely. All right, guys, QQQ puts are starting to print up to 85 cents a con. Come on. Get 438s in the money. If you want to start pairing back here, I have no issues. I have no issues pairing back positions here. I actually just trimmed half the position at 83 cents a con. So locking in 13 cents, and I'm going to ride the rest. So that's a nice little win. We are trying to get a bounce here. So these contracts are super volatile. My break even is at 70 cents. I do not want to let this go against me. So as soon as contracts go to 70 cents, I will be closing the rest for a break even. We did take a nice little chunk off the table, half of it. Still have a few runners, but I'm looking for a little bit more downside. Come on. But Microsoft's trying to firm up. Nat Gas taking a little bit of a breather. It's Common Sense is looking at Tilray, and we have Chris looking at MSOS. All right, guys, I just took profits on the rest of that QQQ position. Sold at 73 cents a con. I just don't want to let it go against me. So all out of the QQQ put, all out of the QQQ put. Still putting in lower highs on the day, guys. So this is still a troublesome trend at the moment. Still a troublesome trend. Qs do appear to be coming a little bit lower at the moment. Let's look at MSOS and Tilray. So we'll first look at the ETF because that's going to show us an overall flow of money on the chart. So MSOS. Guys, every sector red right now except for utilities and energy. So your two defensive based moves. Again, what sector did I tell members to be bullish on? Utilities. I put in a whole host of utility charts that pretty much all of them are in the money. So again, members, utilities were our bullish rotational sector. Through our weekly analysis, we did discover rotationary trends in utilities. Yeah, MSOS looks poised here, trying to break out of this weekly inverse head and shoulders. You know, it's nice to see that it's actually trying to break out in a weak market. So this one does potentially have more upside left in the gas tank along with this canopy growth. Look at this one just continuing to push. So CGC, MSOS. You know, we can maybe try to play MSOS. That's not a bad chart, actually. Not a bad looking chart. All right, guys, I just did a small long entry on MSOS. I'm actually going to switch MSOS down here. I got filled at 1030 on MSOS. 1030. So we'll try to play a little bit of a trade on MSOS. If it works out, guys, thank Chris. If it doesn't work out, then storm Chris. Find Chris. We'll blame this trade on Chris. No. Everyone's responsible for their own trade. But definitely DM Chris for a full refund if we lose on this. I heard he's promising a money-back guarantee on all trades. You're seeing that the Qs are still struggling here. Qs are still struggling. Nat gas still looking a little bit stronger at the moment, still trying to press. SOXX is struggling here, guys. SOXX, so the semiconductor ETF is really struggling. I think the importance to recognize about the semiconductors is that the same trend line I've been showing my members, right? This little neckline resistance channel, tried getting above it, failed, got below it, failed, got below it, failed, got above it. Now you're failing again. So this head and shoulders is still intact. This has been a struggle point really since the 20th of March here, this gap up. You've just been distributing in a tight range, really just struggling off of this bearish pattern. So the downside of this little head and shoulders still takes you to about this 207.60 level. 207.60. You have a massive gap fill sitting at 204 zone. So I mean, there is a distribution phase going in the semiconductors. Now you are seeing that you are at some intraday support, back testing this breakout trend line. So this is where the bulls absolutely want to hold. This is kind of a long entry if you are bullish on the semis and wanting to get a little bit of exposure. This is kind of where you would be looking to take the trade setup. As we're talking about semis, NVIDIA trying to push back up. If you look at the SOXS, what's interesting about this chart is that similar inverse head and shoulders that we triggered all the way up over here. We broke out, confirmed the breakout, back tested here, held, back tested here again, held. So this semiconductor pattern does look poised to move higher. The upside target off of this inverse should take us to about 411. 411. All right, NVIDIA is trying to press. That's probably helping the Qs at the moment. So NVIDIA trying to press. Let's look at the NDX chart just to see where we are trading at the moment. I'm going to go through the hourly time frame. So a nice technical breakdown there on the hourly chart, way below the EMA 113. Well below that EMA 113. Let's look at the 4-hour chart. Nice little breakdown. If you lose this impulse green bar, that's not a good sign. It likely presses you back down to these low pivots. Looking at the daily chart of the NDX, take a look at that. Pretty beautiful wedge pattern break. No, Chris is we're in an MSOS long at 10:30 there. Sorry, who's asking? Mike. So we're in an MSOS long at 10:30, and this is a Chris trade. So if the trade works out well, I'll take all the credit. But if it doesn't work out well, then Chris takes all the credit and he gives a full refund to anyone that took the trade. So DM him your losses if this trade goes against us, and then DM me your wins if we win this trade. All right, so NDX still just sitting here, and NVIDIA got a nice solid pop to the upside, but simultaneously you've had Google selling off. Again, you are seeing the Qs trying to press higher here. They're now at the resistance channel. Can we get a higher low, or are we going to struggle here? CGC seeing a little bit of profit taking there. So again, guys, it's been 4 of 4 winners for us. We are in a 5th day trade long here. Again, this one, MSOS, is actually also a swing trade. So I wouldn't mind holding it a little bit longer. Right now we have IWM underperforming, down 1.76%, SPY down 0.9%, QQQ down 1.34%. Apple down 0.76, NVIDIA down 1.75, Microsoft down 1, AMD down 3.89, SMCI down 4.36, Tesla down 6, AVGO down 2.7. The SOX ETF itself is down 2.1, Bitcoin down 5, MSTR down 6.5, Coin down 2, Nat Gas up 2%. Meta down 0.6, ARM down 2, Google down 1.4, Amazon down 0.4, Micron down 1.6. Oil is green today. Funny, I have on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 of the largest companies on my mega cap list. The 14 largest in a row are all negative. JP Morgan just turned green though, or flat. JP Morgan's trying to eke out a gain. You know, Costco down, ASML down, Pepsi, AVGO, Oracle, Cisco, all of these, Netflix down, Disney down, Verizon slightly green. Nice push in the Qs. Is this going to be our first little higher high test? We'll see. Let's see. Qs are absolutely ripping here, ripping to the high side. All right, guys, I just took a 439 put on the Qs. 0 DTE got filled at $1.07 a con. $1.07 a con on the Qs. $1.07 a con. $1.07 a con. Sorry, I stand corrected. Not $1.07 a con. 82 cents a con. I was looking at the calls there, sorry. 82 cents a con. Still writing, so we're writing now a QQQ 439 put. 82 cents a con, and we're writing an MSOS long. Come on, get to 439. Backtest that strike zone. Bitcoin's starting to get rejected at that 66,000 level. Qs are trying to push up. UVXY taking a fairly sizable breather here. All right, QQQ is starting to push higher. Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher here at the moment. Guys, I just bought a couple more cons at 73 cents. Still still holding at 439. My average is now sitting at 78 cents a con. NVIDIA is trying to press higher here. So NVIDIA trying to move a little bit. Come on, Qs, just give us a little flush. Give us a little flush. Again, we've taken winners in all of our trades today. We're writing 2 new ones. QQQ 439 put and an MSOS long. So far we've closed 4 winners for nice profits on the day. Really nice profits on the day. Members, we also crushed our MSTR short. We took over 15% on MSTR. We took almost 10% on an ARM short. So nice trades today for us and TC members. It's been very, very profitable. All right, QQQ cons are now up to about 80 cents. Come on, push to that 439 strike zone. You could even back test this channel that we're tried breaking out of. NVIDIA market is still technically a little bit oversold, but again, you have the VIX strong today. You have the majority of sectors negative, a lot of weakness, a lot of buy the dip momentum does try to can't come in and prop this market up, but still super strong. Our Qs are trying to establish a little bit of a flag pattern. Anyone looking for a utility company that looks for further upside, ticker PEG. PEG is one that I mentioned to members, put it in the charts. That one's looking still poised to continue higher. That's a swing trade. It's a swing trade. Come on, Qs. Let's see what we got. All right, Qs are trying to press. I'm going to add one more batch of cons if we tap this EMA 113. That'll be my final entry. And I won't add to the position anymore. There at 61 cents a con. My average on the Qs is sitting at 70 cents a con. So I am down about 9 cents per contract. Definitely losing on the trade at the moment. So again, average on the 439 0DT put on the Qs is sitting at 70 cents a con, down about 4 cents per contract at the moment. MSOS basically just flat here. Microsoft has really firmed up here. Microsoft trying to press a little bit higher. You are seeing the dollar trying to soften just a touch more. NVIDIA running into some 2-minute chart resistance here. EMA 113 is being tagged at the moment. Qs do look like they're trying to hold steady. Still seeing Microsoft trying to press, Apple trying to curl up, Google trying to curl up, Tesla trying to curl. So everything in the Qs are trying to curl. Even Meta and Google. Actually, Meta is trying to curl down. Qs have firmed up nicely right now. They have firmed up quite nicely, and they are looking to try to keep grinding a little bit higher. NVIDIA's really been a nice buy the dip opportunity. So NVIDIA hit a low of 876 and has had pretty much almost a $20 move to the upside. So pretty nice move up on NVIDIA, which has definitely helped the whole entire semiconductor complex. Oil's still trying to press a little bit higher here. Still a lot of selling in this market. Again, every sector red. Retail stocks are getting crushed. XRT down 2.5%. Regionals are down 1.5%. XLE and utilities are the only green sectors. XLE is up 0.65% with oil up over 1%. Utilities are up 0.29%. Nat gas taking a little bit of a breather at the highs here. Look at NVIDIA surging here. Same thing with, actually Microsoft's taking a bit of a breather. It's really NVIDIA pushing up higher here in semis. Microsoft seeing a bit of a 5-minute bearish engulfing candle. Meta seeing some downside. Amazon curling down. Tesla trying to push up. Oil moving higher here. MSOS, we're flat on MSOS. QQQ 439 cons are sitting at 64 cents. Our average is 70. We're down by about 6 or 7 cents, fluctuating here. Qs are still holding though. Buy program coming back into potentially Microsoft and Google. What else are we seeing going on here? Mara down 6, Palantir down another 2.5%. Tesla's still trying to push a little higher here. Again, congratulations to members on the nice swing trade wins today on ARM and MSTR. We caught both of those on the short side. So nice few wins there. All right, let's see if this QQQ can drop it down here for us. Come on. Qs are consolidating nicely, but we have oil and the Dixie both simultaneously pushing higher, as well as the VIX, so it should put pressure on this indices. Again, VIX, oil, and the dollar are all curling up at the moment, and you have the NASDAQ trying to push up simultaneously, but you are at some pretty decent resistance here. Purchase KOLD at 135.22. Did that go through a split? Why is that so high? Oh yeah, I guess it's at 136. Nice. So you're shorting that gas. Amazon double top or higher low. Let's look at Amazon. Yeah, Amazon, nice little double top, and that's a lower high for sure. That looks like a nice short setup, guys, on Amazon. I have no problems if you want to short Amazon here, and then just use your stop loss, as your high of this lower high. So that's definitely on watch for more weakness, and that makes sense. You have XLY, one of the worst performing sectors. Why? Because of Tesla. Tesla's weak at the moment. Oil's still pushing. Nat gas seeing a little bit of a consolidation. Still a fair amount of selling in this market today that we have to be aware of. Again, we're riding this 439 0DT put on the Qs. Right now, cons are at 65 cents, 66 cents. Our average is 70 cents, so we're down. MSOS, we're nicely up now, up about 7 cents on the trade. For now, it looks like Chris is safe. He won't be issuing refunds at the moment. All right, QQQ right back up, trying to break out of this little flag pattern, it appears. Yep, MSOS is moving. It's moving nicely. It's actually green in a weak market. So that's a nice positive sign, because what that means is if the market continues to firm up, this is going to see a nice whole host of liquidity. And again, really when you look at the MSOS potential breakout that is occurring, this is a weekly chart breakout that is potentially unfolding before our eyes. So we want to pay respect that this is a weekly chart pattern. So the move might not happen today. It could happen today, but this is a nice potential breakout being observed. And really the upside target gives us a nice move all the way back up to about 17, 18 bucks, in around that range. So nice potential unfolding here. NVDA still trying to move a little bit higher here Amazon curling down, Microsoft pushing, Apple trying to push, QQQ, net, it's coming down. Microsoft pushing up higher, that's going to help the Qs. Microsoft continuing to push. A little bit of rejection there on the Qs. Amazon's trying to hang on to this little chart breakdown. Anyone else looking at any opportunities for the members, for the viewers? We all got to work as a collective here. We've already closed 4 winners. We're in a 5th and 6th trade. We're in the money on our MSOS slightly. And right now our QQQ put position is about 7 cents down on the trade. 7 cents a con. Looks to be a potential bull flag forming on the Qs. Meta is getting a nice volume push to the high side. Its common sense is looking at CPK. Let's look at CPK. Sorry, CPK. My bad. The Dixie's still trying to press a little bit higher here. Yeah, this chart's looking exceptionally bullish. You know, I'm bullish on utilities. And look at this flag pattern that's developing. That's a big flag pattern. I mean, the fact that you've been consolidating really since 2023 in this range, this is coiling for a huge move. I think it's very close to a breakout. I mean, just doing a simple measured move, a fib extension move, you're looking at 120, 122 upside, which from here is a nice, 15, 16% gain. So that could potentially play out if you're trying to play it cautious and wait for that daily chart confirmed break above 107. Let's see here. Yeah, if you get above 107.89, call it 108 to be safe, daily close. This looks poised to push to 122 on the charts. Microsoft continuing to push. Qs are trying to break this little flag structure. So yeah, for a swing trade, that CPK looks nice, nicely poised. MSOS continuing to push, Microsoft continuing to push. So Microsoft is hitting its first little level of resistance here at this 421.62 zone, but the Qs are still pressing here. Strength coming into Tesla. Guys, I just added a few more cons at 46 cents. At 46 cents. That is my final add on the Qs. Final add on the Qs. My average is sitting at 63 cents a con. So I will not add to the position anymore. MSOS going for a new high of day. Nice little run there that's occurring. Microsoft starting to come in just a touch. You're still seeing heavy volume creeping into NVIDIA here. I'll accept my 10% commission. Yep. Everyone, transfer. DM Chris. He accepts Bitcoin, e-transfers, gold, silver. Mike Nielsen saying a groupie started looking at COHR, WDC, TDG, CDNS, SMPS as well. I can't help you out on the day side, just mostly watching and doing paper trading with everyone's trades. Nice. I'm going to keep those eye. I just want to watch the Qs at this level, but I'm going to look at those charts. Thanks, Mike. All right, so basically those cons are now at 61 cents. My average on the 439 put is sitting at 63 cents. So we're down by about 3, but that proved to be a nice little addition at the high there. Come on, Qs. Retrace. They had an attempt at breaking this flag structure. It looks like we're getting slightly rejected with Microsoft here. So the big question is, are we going to break this range to the downside and need to consolidate lower? So MSTR really coming in now. Come on, Qs. Retest. Those tickers are all longs. Thanks, Mike. Thank you, thank you. Come on, Qs. Chop it down. Chop it down. Chop it down. We're basically just flat on those that 439 put, guys. We are flat on the 439 put. Microsoft trying to catch another bid. Mike saying big focus on CAN slim method and holding over time. Thank you. All right, guys, we're now up a penny on those contracts. Still have about 54 cents till those 439s get in the money. Let's see if we can push those puts in the money. Come on, flush the Qs. You had an attempt at breaking out. The bulls kind of got rejected. So it should mean we should test a little bit lower out of this consolidation range. Of course, you have Microsoft trying to firm up just a touch here. Still seeing NVIDIA wanting to press higher. Amazon's curling up. Google's curling up. Meta's curling up. Apple just sideways, actually curling down. Tesla curling down. NVIDIA now curling down ever so slightly. Microsoft trying to press up. MSOS still remaining pretty firm here at the moment. NVIDIA is only down 1.14%, so it's actually outperforming the Qs on a relative basis. Russell 2000 did make a new low of day, but it's trying to bounce as we speak. Russell 2000. That's still putting in lower lows, lower highs. Clear downtrend in the Russell. Could indicate further weakness in the Qs. Russell's going lower. Qs are just stuck. NVIDIA curling down. Microsoft pushing up. Wow, my only regret was selling rig too early. Could have banked more profits on that trade. That one's been a monster. All right, look at the Qs just stuck in this range here. All right, there's the break. Cons are now printing, guys. Cons are now printing. We're up nicely on the cons. Average again, 63 cents a con. We're sitting at 70 cents, but I want to see if this can get in the money. Come on. This was a nice amount of consolidation. We should see 439 tap. Come on. QQQ, come on. Press it lower here. Press it lower. Come on. Keep flushing it. Give us in the money. Microsoft's still holding firm though. Sell side pressure is coming from semis now at the moment. And Apple. NVIDIA curling down. Google still trying to press, but Qs are now coming in, guys. Those cons are now up to 75 cents, so we're in the money by about 12 cents a con. Come on. Get these puts in the money. Give it to us. They are trying to bounce the Qs. Microsoft catching a bid here. Nat gas hit a brick wall at the 50 SMA. Yep. Certainly did. So the Russell made a new low of day. Does that mean the Qs could follow suit and make a new low of day? MSOS still pressing. So again, we're in the money on our long. We're in the money on our short, on our put option, sorry. Bitcoin seeing some weakness. Same thing with Meta, NVDA curling a bit down here. Microsoft, Google still pushing up. Amazon's trying to push up. Come on, Qs, just get in the money. See how they're not wanting to give that strike zone up? Wow. Does look like it will. Oof, just a sell side blitz in the Russell right now. Russell's just getting demolished. All right, guys, I closed the QQQ put at 71 cents a con. 71 cents a con. Closed the QQQ put at 71 cents a con. And of course, as I close it, they start pulling it down. So anyone still riding, you're well in the driver's seat. You're well in the driver's seat. Ended up banking on that trade. So that's another winning trade in the books, guys. It's another winning trade here on the live stream, all for free. 439 put. Fuck, should have waited. Look at that. Ugh. Cons went up to 83 cents right now. Still made a nice little chunk of change there, about 15% to me. But look at that, 439 in the money, guys. Wow. Look at that. Cons took it from... Nice job if you're still holding that. This one could go lower, guys. There's an exceptional amount of weakness right now in the overall market. Still an exceptional amount of weakness right now. Wow. Epic. Anyone who caught that, I secured profits. Shamit's riding. Nice job, Shamit. Riding those 439 puts down. They did go in the money. I secured a nice winning trade. So I am out of that. I don't know why. Guys, the Qs are still trying to go lower here. Anyone still riding? Nice job. Out of QQQ. Good job. 23 cents a con to Shamit. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful job. NVIDIA break the previous day low. Week low again. Nice job there. Nice job. Wow. Look at those QQQs. They are printing. Those cons are absolutely printing. Now up to 93 cents. Whoa! Fuck, should have held those. Hey, we still won. A win's a win. A win is a win, guys. That's 5 of 5. We're still holding this long on MSOS. I repeat, a long on MSOS is our final long trade. And that would mean that if we took profits here, we're 6 of 6 today. All in the live trading room for free. 6 of 6. You should be pretty impressed if you've been able to take any of the winning trades with us. Look at those QQQ. Wow, they're up to 95 cents a con now. Jeez. Pretty crazy. The Russell 2000 is trying to catch a bid here. So the Russell is trying to catch a bid. Russell's now down 1.99% on the session. 1.99. High risk lotto play, guys. 205 call, April 3rd, 205 call on the Russell IWM, 205 call on the IWM. That's a high risk trade. Very, very high risk. Bitcoin getting wrecked. Bitcoin is getting wrecked. Thank you, Paul. Thanks, Shamit. Bitcoin's now losing a lot of the momentum that it had. MSOS starting to weaken now. A little bit more volume starting to come into the queues. Apple's really coming in now. Same thing with Bitcoin, NVDA. They're all starting to fall a little bit sharper at the moment. So the Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher here. Trying to hold this 439 zone. Russell's still super weak, down over 2%. S&P down 0.97. Qs are down 1.37. Apple selling off pretty sharply here. So we are seeing more weakness creeping into Apple. Qs are still struggling in this region. QQQ is still really struggling in this region. So is the Russell. There's a nice little bid in the Qs coming in. Yeah, I use the EMA 113. I use many EMAs. I use the 3, the 7, the 20, the 31, the 50, the 100, the 113, the 200, and then the 365. So I have about 9 moving averages that I use. I only really show for day trading purposes the EMA 113 in orange, just to keep the charts a little bit more cleaner, simpler. Bitcoin catching a nice little bid, back up. The Russell 2000 is now catching a little bit of a bid. So definitely a little bit of a falling wedge on the Russell. Let's see if it can firm up here. If the Russell firms up, it'll help lift the Qs. Now you can see a little bit of a falling wedge pattern on the Russell 2000 here. Definitely, typically this pattern sees a little bit of a breakout. Right now the Russell's still super duper weak. Russell's still going lower as we speak. You're seeing the Qs breaking down just a touch. Guys, I just took a 204 call on the IWM, 204 call, expiry tomorrow. So 204 call on the IWM. Yeah, it's shaping up to be a little bit of a bear flag for sure on the Qs. It is shaping up to be a little bit of a bear flag, absolutely. Could also be forming a little head and shoulders at the moment. I'd be more inclined to potentially short it back at this EMA, 113 on the Qs. The only thing about shorting right now on the Qs is that the Russell here is at support. You can see this downsloping wedge that could break out. But it is shaping up to be a little bit of a bearish pattern. I'm seeing Microsoft curling down, Google sideways, Tesla sideways. IWM trying to go lower. Microsoft curling down at the moment. Microsoft's still falling here. Russell's continuing to bleed lower. Qs are under pressure here with Microsoft, Apple, Tesla selling, Meta, NVDA, Amazon all trying to push up, but Microsoft's weighing on things at the moment. We are seeing Microsoft falling a little bit sharper. Can the Russell 2000 bounce here? Things are kind of just slowing down here in the indices. Still seeing the VIX snack ass, still trying to press a little bit higher. Qs are trying to stabilize. Russell's still coming in. Right now, my IWM average, I am sitting with on the 204 calls on the IWM, sitting at 98 cents a contract. Still no bid in Apple at the moment. Apple is triggering a little bit of a head and shoulders at the moment. And it does look like the Qs. Yeah, you could do 205 lottos on the IWM. Bit of a stretch. 204s look a little bit more enticing. All right, Qs are looking like they're trying to take another leg lower here. NVIDIA now weakening Google. So the Qs could be on the verge of breaking a little bit of a bear flag here. VIX is trying to push. Dixie's trying to push. Still exceptional weakness in the Russell 2000. You can see this wedge pattern that this falling wedge typically does result in bullish price action, but even that wedge is breaking. Quite amazing. Again, you do have the Dixie trying to firm up. So the Dixie's not really helping things at the moment. Oil's softening. That should help the markets. Oil's softening a bit, but Apple and Microsoft still looking incredibly bearish at the moment. Qs are still grinding a little lower here, guys. Qs are grinding a little lower. I just added a few more cons to my IWM 204 calls. My average is now sitting at 96 cents. 96 cents on the 204 calls on the IWM. This is putting in now a positive divergence on the RSI. See your low of day on the RSI here. At that pivot, you've been grinding, making lower lows, getting a little bit of a positive divergence on the Russell. So we should be due for a little bit of a bounce in small cap land. Just a minor bounce in small cap land is what I'm expecting. Humana dumping, is it? Yeah, I mean, it's below 300 now. That's okay. Humana's below 300. You know, it's down on the session quite sharply. Obviously seeing funds getting liquidated. You know, weak market, weak stock at the moment. I still like it. I still like Humana for a swing trade. You know, it's just been grinding lower, but this was actually trying to put in a little bit of a base here. You had a lot of liquidity pile in, trying to chase it here, and a gap down. So now you're seeing a huge unwinding, but this is still into a whole host of support in this region. Extremely oversold. Weekly RSI, you're getting a daily RSI divergence as well. So I still think that we can remain bullish. I see this snapping back to at least 320, 340 even now. It might not happen instantly, might not happen today, but definitely think that it will eventually happen. All right, Qs are getting a nice little bounce. Qs are getting a nice little bounce. Russell, can we reclaim the 204 level on the Russell? Let's find out. I do have 205 call on the Russell as well. I have a 204 and a 205 call expiring tomorrow. My average on the 204s is sitting at 96 cents. My average on the 205s is sitting at 61 cents. 204s are now in the money. can we get more? Qs are trying to break out of this little bear range. Still struggling at the moment. And now you could be shaping up for a potential head and shoulders on the Qs. That's not a positive sign. If this breaks, I mean, you have a new downside target on the Qs. You know, that does suggest a lower low around 437, so just be mindful of that. Seeing nat gas trying to push back up. Same thing with Microsoft. Oil's falling. Dixie just sideways. Google Meta all trying to curl. Apple trying to hold this zone and curl up. Nice move there on the Qs and the Russell. All right, guys, I'm taking a lotto play. I'm taking a 438 put on the Qs and a 437 put on the Qs, 0 DTE. Size the position for loss, please and thank you. Please and thank you. Tesla's trying to push higher. VIX is curling down at the moment. IWM trying to catch a small bid. IWM is still trying to press a little bit higher. So we kind of have a pairs trade right now. We're long the small caps with some options, 204s, 205 lottos. We're also now short the Qs again with some put options, but this is a risky trade. It's a very, very risky trade on the Qs. So Qs are trying to press a little bit higher at the moment. Still a lower high in place on the Qs. We are trying to get a little bit momentum to the upside. Amazon got a really big green stick. MKSI, let's take a look at MKSI. Was looking at the April 22nd move, and it seems to want to go there. April 22nd, what's happening on April 22nd? Not really sure if I'm looking at the right thing here. MKSI, April 22nd move? Not really too sure what you're looking at there. It's common sense. Sorry about that. All right, so Qs are pushing, Russell's falling. Small caps continuing to weaken here. Microsoft's trying to firm up as we speak. Russell's still seeing more sell side pressure at the moment. The Qs are still trying to press higher here. Russell's at the lows. The Russell's nearing the lows of the session again. (2022) April. Okay, I'll take a look at that again. Qs are trying to press higher here, guys. Qs are trying to press higher. So I see a gap fill here, all the way going back. Is that what you're looking at? You know, at the beginning of April, you were trading, you know, right around this 149 zone. There's another gap fill all the way up here at 144. So maybe that's what you're looking at. We're trading at 129.22 at the moment. Yeah, it's still a strong looking chart. It does look like it wants to press higher. Nice little attempt at the Russell trying to break out of this wedge pattern here. Downsloping wedge patterns typically result in bullish price action. The Qs are also trying to press a little bit higher at the moment. Our 204s on the Russell are in the money, guys. Our 204 calls are in the money at the moment. I'm still looking for more, though. I think we could see a little bit more upside left in the juice. Still have a lot of selling occurring in the big boys. They are trying to press higher now through the Qs. Google, Meta are absolutely ripping at the moment. Amazon looks like it's charging for its gap fill, which sits all the way up around just below 181. So Amazon does look like it's poised to go higher. Bitcoin trying to stay above 65K. Meta's ripping at the moment. Apple trying to firm up. Microsoft, NVDA also trying to firm up. So the Qs are trying. Let's see this little wedge pattern. Dixie's still softening. Russell's still trying to press. You have Microsoft making a big move up. VIX is being faded ever so slightly. Same thing with oil. Yields have softened up just a bit. Same thing with the VIX. The VIX is actually coming in now a little bit, so that could provide an extra boost to the overall equity market. If the VIX is slowly starting to weaken, that could help the Qs. It could help the Russell. Again, SPY still down 0.8, Russell down over 2, QQQ down 1.22%. So still potentially a bounce could ensue in the markets. It's just we got to be patient. A little bit of a potential bull flag forming on the Russell 1-minute chart. MicroStrategy catching a really big bid. Tesla curling back down. Come on, Russell, hold steady and press. Break this little consolidation range. Meta's still firming up here. Meta trying to firm up. Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher at the moment. Things are just slowly dying down here. Volume's kind of drying up at the moment. Do have the majority of all sectors red. It's only two green sectors, energy and utilities. You have the Dow transports, industrials, both negative. Qs are getting a really decent sized pop here. Tesla's absolutely ripping. So Tesla's ripping to the high side right now. Nice move. Again, this is now a point where the Qs have actually been rejected. So let's see if they can get through this zone. It's an interesting area. Still seeing some heavier volume coming into the IWM. The Russell 2000 breaking down yet again. Tesla's still trying to firm up and press. Hard rejection there on NVDA. Amazon curling down. Microsoft seeing some sellers. Oil's taking a breather. A little bit more selling coming into the Qs. Excuse me. NVIDIA is trying to curl back lower. Tesla's curling up, Apple's curling up, Google is trying to push, Meta's trying to push, Amazon curling down, NVIDIA trying to curl back up. NVIDIA and the semis are still under pressure at the moment, but the VIX is fading. AMD chart, potential head and shoulders on AMD. Got to watch for that one. Russell 2000 keeps bleeding lower. Tesla's pushing up as the Qs are seeing a little bit of selling. Bitcoin trying to press. Meta's still acting well. Dollar's trying to press up here. QQQ trying to attempt. I believe this is your pre-market low. Let me just double check that. Big push there on the Qs, guys. Big push on the Qs. Nice surge in everything here across the board. What a rip there. What a rip. Russell trying to push higher and break. Nice little move in the Russell 2000. NVIDIA got a hard green stick to the upside there. That was primarily all NVIDIA. I don't know if there's news on semis, but that move on it was from NVIDIA. You are at your big level of resistance now. This is your first real test for the market, the bulls. Again, upside, I do believe we can actually hit this 440.85 zone. Russell 2000 still weak. Can't really get out of its way. Russell 2000 is still lagging quite severely. A little bit of a divergence. You have the Qs pushing, but the Russell lagging. Not a positive divergence for the Russell. Qs appear to be consolidating, trying to put in potentially some bullish consolidation. The Russell 2000 is making a positive divergence here at the lows, so still weak on this session, but it is trying to see a little bit of accumulation at these lows. Now approaching 1 o'clock, I am going to take a little bit of a break here. You can see Microsoft trying to put in maybe an inverse head and shoulders here on the intraday time frame. Really, you have to break kind of this little neckline to trigger the bullish price action. So let's see what transpires there. NVIDIA is pressing higher. All right, guys, I just cut those QQQ puts for a loss. Market's looking a little bit firmer here. So we're just riding those IWM calls, but I did cut the Qs for a loss there. So apologies about that. Still riding Russell 204s, 205s. We're basically up 3 cents on the 204s, down about 5 cents on the 205s. Look at Microsoft wanting to press here. Heavy volume coming in this QQQ range. We haven't officially broken out yet, but trying. If we can get above this zone, you can see Microsoft's actually triggered a little bullish breakout. Need confirmation though. As of now, they are trying to snuff the Qs ever so slightly. Guys, I do like 441 calls, 0 DTE on the Qs, high risk trade, size for loss. We're trying to break out here of this little pattern. If you break out of this little wedge, we should push for 441. Again, we're still in a bear environment right now, but I'm going to try taking a stab on the long side, 441 calls. I got filled at 30 cents a con. Even the Russell's now trying to firm up. We're in the money on those 204s. Let's see if we can squeeze more. Eric's looking at a GE long. GE long at 141. Yeah, that could play out. Nice move on the Russell, guys. Nice move on the Russell 2000. Yeah, you could get a bounce at 141, psychological whole number. What else do we have? We have, yeah, there's a 618 sitting at 140.73. So maybe that 140.73 is a better option. All right, let's just manage this QQQ trade since it is trying to press a little bit higher. Nice little continuation move. Microsoft, NVIDIA doing heavy lifting at the moment. Again, Microsoft broke out of that inverse, which is why we went long the Qs again. Come on, push it, push it, push it, push it. We need the Russell to start performing. We need the Qs to keep pushing. Qs did get a 10-minute chart breakout. Now we need to get a close above about 440.20. What's the high of this candle? Sorry, just give me a second here. The high of the candle is 439.20. Sorry, 439.20. No, that can't be right. 440.20. The Qs need to clear. If the Qs can clear 440.20, it's going to be off to the races for the upside. As of now, still seeing a bit of sellers coming back in. Russell as well, seeing some sellers. But we clear this little pivot on the Qs. 440.2. We should have a quick short covering rally. Quick squeeze to the upside. Microsoft squeezing. Look at this price action. Powerful, powerful price action. But we clear this 440.20 zone, which we're trying to right now, and we should press even higher. Come on, Qs. Get above there. Qs are trying. Russell also trying to hold above 204, building a little bit of a base here. Holding steady. NVIDIA is only down 0.65% now. It does look like NVIDIA wants to go green, believe it or not. Wow, they are trying to push NVIDIA green here. Getting a big, big surge here on NVIDIA. It's helping our QQQ trade. If only the small caps could firm up. And we're up about 6 cents a con on the Qs. 6 cents a con. Again, these are 0 DTEs, so they move quickly. They move quickly. Still struggling at this 440 zone, but Microsoft's still trying to press a little bit higher. Seeing NVIDIA ripping, so that should bust us through. Tesla seeing some sellers, but Meta, Amazon, NVIDIA, Microsoft all pushing. Apple's about to join the party. Come on. Get your butt through their Qs. Russell's weakening, so the Russell 2000 coming in. Still not above that critical 440.20 zone, testing it and tapping it. We did get a 1 minute close. This is where the squeeze could come in. We could see a quick shortcut. We did get a 1 minute close on the Qs above there. Let's see if we get a short covering rally. You could still retest this trend line back here at 439.80-ish, but Qs did get a positive close. We should keep pushing. Amazon breaking a bull flag. NVIDIA trying to trigger a bull flag. Well, it has broken actually, NVIDIA. Qs are still down 1% on the session. Microsoft taking a bit of a breather. Still finding some heavy volume at this 440.20 range. Still finding some sellers at the moment. Microsoft still trying to hold support here and pushing. NVIDIA as well. Apple's now joining the party, guys. All right, we're up at 8 cents a con on the QQQ calls. 441 0 DT calls. Come on. Push, push, push. If the Russell could only firm up, that would help catapult things pretty ferociously. Russell trying to maybe put in a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern. It still needs a little bit more work, but trying. It is trying. Qs are seeing a little bit of sellers coming in. Apple's still trying to press. NVIDIA's still trying to press higher, guys. Come on, Qs. Keep pressing. Microsoft's still going here, guys. That should be helpful. Russell's trying to firm up. Now Microsoft's looking, it's into gap window, so Microsoft's now going to look to try to attack this gap. Same thing with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is going for its gap. A little bit of a rejection there in the Qs, just a minor rejection. No 10-minute close above that 440.20 zone yet. So no 10-minute close yet above that key resistance zone. Russell's still struggling. Qs are getting rejected at that key resistance. Russell also getting slightly rejected here. Dixie's trying to curl up. Come on, Qs, get one little push back up. Microsoft seeing some sellers. All right, we're trying to hold above 440.20. That's a positive sign. Looking for a 10-minute close. Here we go. We're still pushing. Still pushing. Russell's trying to firm up. Could be a little inverse head and shoulders on the Russell 2000 forming. Basically, if we trigger the neckline, let me just calculate the upside target for us, guys. It's looking about a 46-cent move, 45-cent move from the neckline, which should put us around 204.50 on the Russell. 204.50. If you break this little neckline, we should see a move up to 204.50 on the Russell. 204.5. But we got to get above that neckline. Qs are putting in some consolidation to move higher here. Dixie's trying to curl, but NVIDIA and Apple are pressing. Tesla, Amazon also pressing. Google curling down a bit. Cons are still sitting at 37 cents. We're up 7 cents, 8 cents a con now. Come on, Qs, press. The Russell 204s are back in the money. Come on. Qs look like they're going to have a quick move here. We could get a quick power candle to the upside. Qs are still down 1% on the session. S&P only down 0.8. Russell down 2. So clearly the Russell's more oversold, but granted it's more sensitive to the rising yields and the VIX. A little bit more heavier volume coming in the Qs. Still seeing Apple pressing, Microsoft pressing, Meta and Google. So communication-based stocks are kind of struggling at the moment. They are struggling. Apple's still pumping. Google's coming in. Qs are coming back down again. Cons are almost back to break even. Unfortunately, Russell's just not wanting to catch a bid at all. That Russell 2000 is struggling in this range. Really, really struggling. No 10-minute chart close on the Qs above that 440.20 zone. Makes me a little bit skeptical about these cons. Still a very, very weak session today with the Russell down 2, Q's down 1. Russell just can't get out of its own way. Q's are now starting to come down again. Still some bull flags forming on Tesla, Microsoft, NVDA. Amazon's pressing. Apple's still trying to firm up a bit more. Q's are coming in a little bit harder now. This is where the Q's should hold. They're back testing a key area. This is where Q's should bounce right in this range here. If the trend is to continue to the upside, Q's should hold this vicinity. As of now, they are coming in. Microsoft's bouncing, NVIDIA curling down. The Russell just keeps bleeding lower and lower and lower, not really wanting to bounce at all. You can clearly see the relative strength in the Qs, relative weakness in the Russell, small caps. Microsoft looks like it wants to keep pushing. QQQ still trying to fall here. Weakness is being observed in NVDA at the moment. Tesla, Microsoft now seeing some sellers. Russell's trying to put in a bit of a bearish pattern here. Looks like it is going lower. So Russell just made a new low of day, guys. Russell did make a new low of day. Wow. The sheer selling in the Russell is just immense. I just added to my 204 calls on the Russell. Added to my 204 calls on the Russell. My average is now sitting at 56 cents a con. QQQ still struggling here. Russell's going even lower, guys. Qs are still trying to hold this support trend line. VIX is trying to creep back up. NVIDIA, Tesla trying to curl down. Qs are curling down. The Russell 2000 just cannot catch a bid to save its life. Nice bounce there in the Qs. They are trying to hold support. Russell's still trading at the lows. Microsoft's still trying to put in a little bit of a bull flag consolidation. You do have the VIX also curling up simultaneously while the markets are trying. NVIDIA trying to bounce. Meta curling down. Bitcoin seeing some more selling pressure. QQQ right back down. Still holding 204 calls on the Russell. Expiration tomorrow. My average on the Russell is sitting at 92 cents. 92 cents. QQQ, we are down on these 0DTE plays. I'm holding cons at 28 cents. We are down currently speaking. Qs are just stuck in this range right now. They're still trying to hold this little back test trend line, but kind of struggling at the moment. Again, NVIDIA was looking a little bit more bullish. Now it's checked back into its previous little support range. Could be trying to set up now a little bit of a bear flag. Microsoft still looks fairly bullish, putting in a bull flag pattern. The Russell just can't get a bid. It's still struggling. Microsoft trying to break higher here off this flag pattern. Apple putting in a bull flag. Meta putting in a 5-minute bull flag. NVIDIA, not so much, kind of mixed at the moment. But Apple, Microsoft looking pretty poised to continue higher. Google might also be putting a little bit of a bull flag pattern on the 10-minute chart. Microsoft breaking higher. Microsoft is actually in line with Apple, both only down 0.6% and trying to firm up here. Russell 2000 just made new lows, so the Russell did make new lows there. Just relentless selling in the Russell. Non-stop selling in the Russell. So Microsoft single-handedly trying to lift the Qs. Nice little breakout here. Again, if the Russell bounces, this market can absolutely see a near-term short covering rally. There's still a lot of people holding shorts today, day traders holding shorts. So if the Russell can firm up the small caps, it should press some more liquidity into this market. But right now, the Russell just can't seem to bounce. And you look at where the Qs are well off of their lows, and you have the Russell at the lows. So not a healthy sign for the small caps at the moment. Not a healthy sign for small caps. And that kind of weighs in on the whole market. So small caps really need to get their butt going here. But they just keep being sold into and sold into. So Apple's been stuck in a range for the last 30 minutes. It's looking like what Microsoft was during this range. So it is looking like it could press higher here. Just got to wait for it. I just added to my Russell 204s. My Russell 204s, my average is sitting at 88 cents. 88 cents. Pretty sizable volume starting to appear down here on the Russell. Qs are not seeing that same volume. Now you have the Qs potentially breaking down again. The Qs are potentially showing more weakness on the back of the Russell as well. Russell's still bleeding. Russell's hitting that downsloping wedge pattern yet again. It's just a bigger one now. Qs are trying to firm back up. Hey Anonymous, I am in Humana, but for a swing trade. Just started accumulating. You know, still think I would probably go up to about 7 or 8% of my portfolio in Humana. Right now it's at around 3%. And we just started accumulating today. Could it go lower? Yeah. Could it go to 290? Absolutely it could. That's why we have additional support levels lower to build a core long position. Russell still being faded here again. At some point we should have a little bit of a snap in the Russell. It's just bleeding out people candle by candle at the moment. Not really seeing any sort of positivity in the Russell. You can clearly see the Qs have had a stellar bounce. The Russell has not. Microsoft still trying to press a little bit higher. Russell making new lows. Qs are stuck in a little bit of a range here. Still just consolidating above this little pivot zone. But it needs to hold this area on the Qs, or else we run the risk of flushing back down to about 439.30. You can see there's been a lot of chop and slop around this area. Now you're seeing Meta curling down. Microsoft's still trying to hold steady here. Russell's just getting sold into more and more now. Now you even have the Qs falling a little bit sharper. At EMA 113, let's see if it acts as any sort of support. The Russell's now down on the session 2.35% and falling. These QQQ calls are not working out as well. So, I mean, this is an afternoon session where the market can just keep chopping you up. Keep chopping you up and spitting you out. But again, there's been absolutely no bounce in the Russell. Huge bearish divergence, positive divergence on the 5 and 10 minute chart. But it doesn't necessarily mean it has to bounce. Does not necessarily mean it has to bounce. It is into a channel of support that it's tagging right now. So let's see. Guys, I just added to my QQQ 441 calls. My average is now sitting at 23 cents a con. Fairly sizable position. Again, we need to get above 440.20 on the Qs to make this 441 a feasible target. Tesla curling back down, Microsoft curling back down, Meta trying to push up, Google trying to push up, NVDA just floundering right now. NVIDIA is hanging on to some hourly chart support, but really no real strength coming in just quite yet. Microsoft coming in, that's not helping the Qs. NVIDIA trying to push though. Russell and Qs are still not wanting to firm up. Still struggling at this zone. Russell's at the lows still. Microsoft pretty hard down candle. NVIDIA is now coming in. Big wick there in the Qs. Russell's now firming up. All right, so this is the bounce we've been trying to wait for. In the Russell, you are trying to get some positive price action. In the Russell 2000, bit of a potential short covering coming in. Let's see if we can build some momentum. There was a huge volume bar there. That was a really big volume bar. Hi, Marlena. Yes, I am. VST. Not really familiar with VST. Let's take a peek at that. All right, Qs are trying to push. Come on, Qs. Get above 440.20, and the squeeze can potentially be on. They're just pinning us in a range. So Vistra Corp. Wow, what a move. What a move on Vistra Corp. Be careful with this chart. A little extended. You're putting in a potential but negative divergence on the daily chart. Still a super extended weekly RSI trading above 94.89 on the weekly. That's intense. That's intense. No doubt it's in a strong uptrend right now, but potentially a little bit of a double top at play. All right, guys, the Russell and the Qs are trying to firm up just a touch here. VIX is being somewhat faded. So my average on my QQQ 441s are sitting at 23 cents a con. 23 cents a con. Come on. Russell 2000 204s with that last ad are sitting at 80 cents a con. Come on, Russell, get up to 204. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Seeing Apple trying to break out of its bull flag. Google trying to break out of a bull flag. Meta trying to break out of a bull flag. Microsoft sort of lagging at the moment. NVIDIA also lagging. But Google, Meta, Apple look strong right now. Look like they're trying to press the Qs a bit higher. All right, QQQ starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. Let's see how much we can squeeze. Microsoft's pressing Come on, Qs. Keep pressing. Russell, we need the Russell to perform. VIX is starting to fall here, guys. Oil's pressing back higher. Nat gas still putting in a bull flag. Consolidation pattern. So Microsoft and Google looking very, very strong right now. Very strong. NVIDIA kind of lagging, Tesla lagging. Apple, again, still potential bull flag break on Apple. Let's see if it can break out. A lot of little bull flags setting up in the Qs, guys. A lot of bull flags setting up across mega cap tech land. You look at Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Amazon. They're all shaping up for bull flags. So that suggests that we should see higher price in the Qs, and that's what is currently occurring in front of us at the moment. Let's see if we can get 441 on the Qs. This is a big resistance, this 440.20. That's your previous little wick in the morning and this little bit of an attempt at breaking out. But I do think that we should get through there. We should try to get through there. It's looking likely that we will. So we're now up about 3 cents a con on the Qs, waiting for more though, looking for more upside. Now if you do a measured move from this low to this high, put it here. Yeah, we could see the Qs hit all the way up to 441.26 today. We could see that, but it's going to take the Russell having to also firm up to put a little bit of a risk sentiment back in the market. All right, Qs are selling off just a touch here. Checking back, potentially just a smaller check back to break through this 440.20 resistance. Russell's still trying to firm up here. Still no breakout on Apple, no breakout on Google, no breakout on Meta. Yeah, I'm long QQQ and long the Russell. I have 441 calls on the Qs, 0 DTE. My cons are sitting at 23 cents a con. Right now they're trading at 19 cents. So I'm down on the trade a little bit. Same thing with the Russell, down on the trade. All right, Qs are weakening here, just a touch. No breakout on the flag patterns from Google, Apple, Meta. You are seeing NVIDIA weakening here. So NVIDIA is definitely dampening the mood at the moment. So Qs are just stuck in this range, sucking out the premium in the market. Russell hasn't really firmed up at all. Potential little inverse head and shoulders forming here on the Russell 2000. Let's see if we can trigger a little bit of a bullish breakout on the Russell. Trying to firm up here just a touch. Apple still trying to flag sideways and potentially break out. Seeing the VIX potentially putting in a little bit of a pattern to move it touch lower. Dixie's curling slightly down, NVIDIA curling down, Google Meta still trying to push, Apple still trying to push. Russell 2000 is firming up now, so that should help the market as a whole. You have small caps trying to participate in the rally now. So this little breakout on the small caps here, it is trying to get outside of this downsloping trend line. It has triggered a mini inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart, which points to upside around 203.90. 203.90. But again, you are hitting some resistance at the moment. Apple's still looking poised to break out. Same thing with Google. NVIDIA's trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Microsoft's still consolidating above this key 421.60 zone. Can the Qs pump it up here? VIX is curling a bit lower. We've just been pinned in this range for really the last basically hour, 2 hours. Come on, Russell. Get up there. Russell and Q's are trying. Amazon's now joining the party, trying to break its bull flag. We just need Microsoft and NVDA to firm up. Every time the Qs are trying to break with these flags, you get some weakness, sellers coming in. Apple now seeing some sellers trying to lose 169. But NVIDIA is now firming up. NVIDIA is only down about 1% on the session. Again, Russell has triggered a little inverse head and shoulders, but we haven't confirmed the breakout. I do suspect that we will, but it's still a tough market session for the Russell. Still a very tough market session for the Russell. Obviously, out of the money's more risk, more reward. It's much higher risk when you trade out of the money. But in the money is, definitely a little bit less volatile, safer bet. All options are risky, though. All options are risky. All right, Qs are struggling here. Sell side pressure is coming in from Meta now. NVIDIA as well. Microsoft still trying to hold. So now you have the Qs are hitting this EMA 113. Still holding this pivot, this little pivot high zone. Just chopping in a range. Russell's trying to get that confirmed break of the inverse. There goes the Russell. Let's see if it breathes life into the Qs. It should help the Qs in theory. Come on, Russell, keep pressing. So the Russell did confirm that break. That inverse head and shoulders target is on watch now. The Russell did confirm the little bit of a breakout there. But Qs are still struggling at the moment. VIX and Dixie are softening just a touch here. Russell's still trying to press off of that inverse head and shoulders breakout. Humana firmed up nicely there. Still trying to see this Russell trade through. So you have Microsoft and Apple weakening a little bit here. Meta also softened up. Same thing with Google. Eli Lilly's making a nice move up here, stair-stepping its way up. So LLY seeing some more accumulation. All right, so the Qs have been consolidating here in a very tight range, just below that 440 strike zone. Russell's moving up nicely. Tesla got absolutely faded. All right, the Russell's making a move here, guys. A nice move up in the Russell 2000. Again, upside on the Russells around this 203.90. 203.90. We really haven't even seen a short covering rally yet. Anonymous is saying the intraday theta is a thing. I think you would prefer holding 440 calls right now. Yeah, the theta is troublesome at times, right? It is troublesome at times. I see your point. I do have a small 440 call position as well, but riding 441s again. We've banked today pretty nicely on the session, so I've actually just rolling through some profits, right? That's all I'm doing. Just rolling some profits through and kind of playing some lotto plays here. Qs look like they want to break out here. Qs look like they want to break out and press. Let's see if we can finally get above this 440.20 zone. It's been a battleground now for quite a little bit. Look at this Russell, guys. Look at this Russell go. Go, baby, go. Go, baby, go. Qs have consolidated here for a nice duration of time that if you break this bull flag, you could have a pretty sharp move all the way up to about 441.30. Again, we are up on the Russell 204s. My average is sitting at 80 cents a con. Right now we're sitting at 88 cents a con. We are still trying to look for 204s in the money. It's down slightly on the QQQ 441s. All right, guys, I'm all out of the Russell. Sold at 89 cents a con. I'm all out of the Russell 2000. Nice little profit. Nice little profit, might I add. Still holding a bit of a QQQ position at the moment. Nice little win there on the Russell. If we could only get these Qs to cooperate. We just took profits on the Russell 204 calls. Writing also a high-risk lotto play. I'm writing a 441 call on the Qs. 441 0DT calls down on the trade right now. But we did take profits on the Russell. Taken a lot of profits today. And we're just playing a little bit of a lotto play here on the Qs. Might go against us, but that's okay. Just been stuck in this range. Just been stuck in this range on the Qs. It really hasn't been able to get outside of this range. Again, 440.20 is the big level. I do believe if you get above that, you should squeeze here. Considering the Russell has moved off of the lows, I do anticipate the Qs to actually break this little flag structure and push higher. I still have a target of 441.25 on the Qs that could hit. That could hit. You're forming a nice little bull flag on the 5-minute chart. Could even argue this is a bit of a cup and handle formation. There goes the Qs. They are trying. They are trying to press a little higher here. Bitcoin's also trying to press. Yeah, nat gas coming in a little bit. I hope it gives us an entry. I'm looking for it. I'm watching it very, very closely. Amazon's falling pretty hard here. Don't know if there's news on Amazon, but it's seeing some harsh downside candles over the last 10 minutes. Google trying to break out. Microsoft curling down, Apple curling down, Tesla curling up, NVDA putting in a little bit of a bull flag, Bitcoin trying to press higher as well. So Qs are still finding some rejection in this range. Not truly wanting to break out yet. Amazon's coming in pretty sharply at the moment. IWM seeing a little bit of sellers. All right, can the Qs break out here? We are trying. We're attempting a little bit of a breakout on the Qs. A little bit of a breakout. Come on, Qs. Get your butt up there. Here come the Qs, guys. They are trying to press. They are trying to press. Come on, Qs. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. NVIDIA's breaking to the upside. Qs are breaking to the upside. So Qs are above this 440.20 level. That's where we could start to squeeze. You are still seeing sellers here, but again, we've hit it once, twice, almost 3 times, and you are trying to break out here. Come on, Qs. Keep pressing. Qs are currently down 1.06% at the moment. We are seeing those QQQ cons slightly green. Are they going to give Megacap Tech the facelift? Google breaking its bull flag, Meta trying, NVDA trying, Apple trying. Right back down on the Qs, right back down. There's your little back test. Let's see if we hold on the Qs. Russell's coming in just a touch. IWM catching another little volume bid here. So IWM is still trying to press. Microsoft dumping hard there, so not a good sign for the Qs. So the Russell's trying to press higher. Microsoft's now seeing some sellers, net selling in Microsoft. Russell's trying to break though. Microsoft still quite heavy. Still quite heavy in this region on Microsoft, while the Russell's getting a nice bid. Microsoft looking heavy. Meta, Google all coming in a bit. So those Russell 204s did end up going in the money. Seeing Tesla weakening some more. Apple coming in a bit. Microsoft trying to bounce here. NVIDIA also trying to bounce. Tesla just struggling in this range though. Real struggle for Tesla. Can you take a look at IYT? Sure. Yeah, you're hitting the daily 50 MA here. Keep in mind that transports should continue to be under pressure as long as oil remains strong. So I don't like transports personally on the long side at the moment because of oil breaking out. I do have a higher target on oil. You know, oil satisfied my 84 barrel. We're actually above that right now. But I could see transports going lower just simply on the back of oil pressing. So just be careful with that one. You know, could you hold here and create a little bit of a pattern? You probably could hold and maybe form a bear pattern here, but I personally don't like transports, even though you are finding some near-term support at the moment. Still don't really like them. Qs just can't seem to get out of their own way. At the moment, they've just been stuck in a range. Chopping, chopping, chopping. Microsoft putting in a bit of a bear flag. You like it as a short? Nice. Yeah, I think that's definitely an opportunity. All right, bigger sell side pressure coming in here. Again, Qs are still down 1.13, S&P down 0.81, IWM down 2.12. IWM still coming in hot. So Qs keep trying to bounce and they keep being rejected. The sell side pressure right now is coming from NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft's trying to bounce a little bit. Tesla's still coming in. Qs are trying to break out here now. A little bit of weakness creeping into the mega caps. Microsoft coming in. Google, Tesla still coming in. Qs are still just hovering at this 440 zone. Yeah, transports, do usually indicate either a strong or a weak economy. So, it's obviously transports have been in a really strong uptrend, but oil now is starting to be a little bit of a headwind for the transports. Our Microsoft continuing to bleed here. Qs are breaking some key support levels at the moment. A lot of weakness creeping into the market. NVDA coming in. So Qs are selling pretty hard here at the moment. Still a lot of weakness in Tesla. Google coming in. Meta coming in pretty sharply at the moment. IWM's curling up on heavier volume. Qs are trying to recapture 440, but it's a big fight here. Apple still looking a little bit weak. Microsoft, Google trying to bounce. Final hour and 20 minutes of trading here, guys. Final hour and 20 minutes of trading. QQQ getting a little bit more volume now coming in. Let's see if we can finally break this consolidation range. A little bit of a fake breakdown here. Qs are now pushing. Russell's still trying to climb. Heavier volume there on the Qs. Russell's still trying to break out here. Qs are still just pinned in this range. Microsoft coming in just a touch. Tesla trying to bounce. NVDA still a little weak. Trying to bounce and create a little bit of a higher low. Russell 2000 still pushing. Again, Tesla just can't get out of its own way. That one just keeps bleeding. Now trading at 165.50 on Tesla. Amazon's trying to bounce. Google still down 1% on the session. Meta curling down a little bit here. IWM still trying to press. Bit of a breakdown there in the Qs. Same thing with the Russell, seeing some heavier sell side pressure there. So Qs took a really big fall. Seeing a lot of volume in this range. Every attempt that the Qs have been trying to break out, they've been getting snuffed. Microsoft still trying to come down here. Same thing with Tesla, Google, Meta. They saw a pretty big drop there, which is what caused the Qs to crumble a little bit. Qs are now hitting this little upsloping trend line from your low of day, pivot to pivot. Let's see if we can find any sort of support in this range. Qs are seeing a little bit of more sell side pressure. NVIDIA coming in a little bit hotter now. That's not going to help the Qs. Google also fell sharply there. Meta. There's a decent sized bid in the Qs. Let's see how far they want to take us. And this could be one big bull flag on the 5-minute chart of the Qs. So, I mean, whether or not we get a late day seller or late day rally, this is a fair amount of consolidation on your 5 and 10-minute chart that the Qs have been experiencing. And, you still had a lot of sell side pressure in these names. There could still be a little bit of a short covering rally and squeeze into the end of the day. We're about an hour and 9 minutes left in trading. Let's see if we have another test at this 440.20 range where we've been rejected really once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times today. What are we getting here? An alert on WBA. WBA down 4.15%. Very interesting. WBA getting hit pretty hard here at the moment. Really, really hard here on WBA. Microsoft trying to press a little bit. Tesla's trying to catch a bounce. Big green stick on Google. Meta as well. Yeah, there is a lot of accumulation on MSOS. I do see that. Russell finding some sellers here, a little bit of rejection. You can see the Qs are battling this resistance zone, downsloping trend line, trying to keep it in check. You can even bring this one to the upper range now and use this as your little resistance neckline. Thank you, Crimpton. Appreciate it. All right, so just to summarize things, guys, NVIDIA's down 1.14, S&P's down 0.8, Russell 2000, the worst, small caps getting hit hard, down 2.11. Qs are down 1.12% at the moment, and you have had a little bit of a bullish pattern on the Qs have been developing really since 1 o'clock. You've been consolidating for several hours here as if you are trying to coil and make a move, but markets are definitely under pressure today. Definitely a lot of pressure in the markets today with all sectors red except for energy. Even utilities turned red. So utilities and energy were the two green sectors initially, and now they're actually red as well, utilities. So HUM breaking out. Yep. That one's a nice mover. Yep. I'm still riding that one. HUM, Humana. That's a swing trade. And you can see the still super oversold on the session, down 13.15%. Maybe a little micro bull flag forming. 8th grade volleyball saying he has May 20th, 1100 NVIDIA calls. What are we? April, May. So next month plus 18 days. You know, the only thing is semiconductors are going through a bit of a distribution phase. So it's it's a tough one. It's a tough one, NVIDIA. I mean, obviously it's a bellwether name. A lot of people are bullish still on it. Still a lot of out of the money call flow on it. But the SOXX is going through a bit of a distribution phase. You know, you might be okay. It really depends on what your cost basis is. Still seeing Microsoft trying to firm up. No bids in Tesla. A little bit of a bid in Google. Apple coming in. Microsoft now coming in. NVIDIA now coming in. Amazon also coming in. Final hour and 4 minutes of trading. And you can arguably say the Qs have triggered a short-term bearish pattern, but on the 5 and 10 minute chart, it looks a little bit more bullish. Let's look at the hourly chart. Hourly chart, yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, those December ones are probably pretty good. The May ones, a little bit iffy in my opinion. But those Decembers, those could play out. Microsoft is trying to curl up, but just a touch here. Let's see if that can help the Qs. Still seeing some resistance though at that EMA. Tesla coming lower, Google trying to press, Apple trying to press higher, NVIDIA, Amazon curling down. IWM seeing a little bit of weakness. Microsoft's trying to press up a little bit. Final hour of trading, guys. Final hour of trading. We're seeing Microsoft breaking down, Amazon curling down, Google curling down. Yeah, I will hold MSOS overnight, Chris. Apple trying to curl up. Google's still trying to put in a little bit of a bull flag. Microsoft now catching some big wick energy. Q's a little bit of a potential 0 DTE pump in the last hour. Let's see if they pump it. They are trying to. Qs are right back into this little bit of a range. You can see it's above this initial breakout trend line, but currently still stuck really just below this key 440.20 zone. Microsoft seeing some more sellers. IWM trying to bid up. Tesla trying to catch a small bid. Nice little push up in the Qs. Pretty fairly sizable push. This is a big consolidation pattern. This has room to run if we clear this 440.20 zone, guys. It absolutely has room to run. You can even see a 10-minute inverse head and shoulders on the Russell 2000. So it's a big spot here. If the Qs can get above this 440.20, I mean, you're going to have a quick move up to probably 440.68-ish. Microsoft's still trying to push. Tesla's now catching a really big bid. Again, Tesla's been weak all day. So Tesla's now trying to firm up in the Qs. That's been definitely a dead weight on the Qs, even though it's not as influential as it once was. All right, we're retesting 440.20. Watch out for these ODT pumps, guys. They have been pumping the Qs into the close. I still have an upside target of 440.90 on the Qs, guys. 440.90. Volume's trying to come in. You can see Microsoft trying to still press a little bit higher. I'm seeing strength coming into Apple, NVDA. Again, we've been rejected at this level 5 times today. Is this the time? And every time we keep hammering on it, we're weakening that resistance. But it's definitely been a clear resistance point for the market. You can see the same sellers are still keeping us in check at the moment. All right, we're getting it through it. Here comes the push. Here comes the push. Nice big push in the Qs, guys. Nice big push. Really big sizable push there. Nice job, Qs. Way to go. Guys, I just exited my 441s there. Break even on those 441s. Break even on the 441s. 440s banked nicely. All right. Look at the monster. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Crazy price action. Microsoft coming in just a touch now. Really big push there in the Qs. We are hitting some near-term resistance. We are hitting near-term resistance on the Qs. High risk play, guys. I just took a 440 0DT put on the Qs. 440 0DTE put on the Qs. 440 size for loss. This is a lotto play. This is a lotto play. I got filled at 26 cents a con. Lotto play, size it for loss, guys. Size it for a loss. It's been a beast of a day for us again. Another good trading session. We're continuously print profits here at TC. So again, this paid stream will eventually, this free stream will eventually be turning into a paid service. And again, my members right now, anyone that's a TC member is looking to be grandfathered in. So definitely a lot of value here just in the day trade room alone. We have been crushing it. We have been crushing it on a consistent basis, day in, day out. Anyone that's been viewing, please hit that like button. Look at the Qs. There's still IWM's ripping here, pushing up. My membership can be found here at tradingcapital.ca. You'll see this tradingcapital.ca. Check it out. If you have any questions, send me a little bit of a DM. You can also follow my Twitter at Trading1Capital. I post a little bit of insights and charts there, but primarily most of my juicier information is via the membership on my website. We did execute a couple new trades today, so I'm pleased to see a few of them. We actually took 15.19% on MSTR. We took a nice almost 10% on ARM. Took a little loss on AMD, but I mean the day trades today have been absolutely spot on. Spot on. Right now, again, the lotto play on the Qs is a 440 put. 440 put lotto play. High risk. This has been bullish consolidation, but the Qs have been stuck in a little bit of a downtrend pretty much all day. And I do think that we could see a little bit more downside. Again, size it for loss because this can absolutely go against us. Absolutely. So this stream right now, Shamid, is free. I do not charge anyone for this stream. Eventually, I will be making it a paid service. I don't know what the fee is yet. I'm working out some structures around it, but the current TC membership that is found on my website, I'm looking to grandfather in the early adopters and give them continuous access to this free stream. Once I make it a paid stream, members who sign up will not get access. So it's kind of just a little bit of a promotional thing that I'm running. Still trying to gain. All right, guys, 440 puts are now printing. Again, I got it filled at 26 cents a con. We're trading at 34 cents. Come on, get to 440. Let's go. Take it down. Take it down. Come on, Qs. Break this key trend line. I am seeing heavy sell side pressure coming into NVIDIA, Amazon. Meta's still holding firm. Microsoft's coming in just a touch. Come on, 440s. Cons are at 37 cents a con. Let's see what we can get. Seemed like they used the nitrous a little bit too early. Maybe we get another call up, call 0DT, call push, but it seems like they used the nitrous just a touch early here. Cons are sitting at 38 cents, 39 cents. Come on. Get us in the money. Get these 440 puts in the money. We're trying to stabilize here. Microsoft's hitting some support. The Russell 2000 hitting a little bit of support. Cons are at 41 cents now. It's almost a double. Can we get 100% on these cons? They are trying to take it a little bit lower at the moment. There's 440s are in the money, guys. 440s are in the money. I'm still holding. I'm still holding. Come on. All right, I'm all out of the Qs. All out of the 440 put. Boom. A nice. Sold at, I don't even know what it, 41 cents a con. So 26 cents to 41 cents. That's a nice 625 bucks in basically 4 minutes. Nice little job. Bang, bang. All right. Let's see what else. I'm just going to scroll through. I'll be right back, guys. Just 1 second. Look at the Qs. They're still dropping it lower here. I'm still looking at maybe some 440 calls. So, Crimtonic, basically, this live stream is free right now. My members have access. If you visit my website at tradingcapital.ca, my members have access to all my trade alerts. I run a live direct swing trading and day trading service. I provide daily analysis videos each and every day. I track insider buying and selling. But most importantly, you're getting access to all of my alerts. So whether I'm taking calls, puts, long, short, whether it's commodities, equities, bonds, you name it, I cover everything. You get my macroeconomic insights. Everything's listed on the website. But feel free to check it out. Again, the yearly option is the best. Monthly option is okay too if you just want to try it. Not every day trading or investing service is for everyone. You may absolutely hate how I trade, and that's totally fine. Right? You just want to find someone that resonates with you. Find someone that trades stocks that you kind of know and like and understand. But it's a dangerous game out there. It's a really dangerous game, especially when these 0DTs have been incorporated into things. But all I'm saying is, yeah, Maharashi. This one's a little bit different. My swing trading service and day trading service is located at my website. $100% on the QQQ now. Wonderful job there, Shamid. You've banked it today. You've crushed it with us. 100% on those puts. Nicely done. Take it to the bank. I'm looking at potentially a call play soon on the Qs. But I'm just trying to figure a couple things out here. I actually have... Look at this, Qs. Shit, should have went on those 0DTE calls, guys. But it is what it is. It's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Maharshi, yeah. So again, anyone who's a member will likely get free access to the live day trade room once I switch it to a paid service. As of now, it's still free. Our Qs are trying to push up here. Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher at the moment. Yeah, I think Bitcoin's in trouble here. This sell-off, you're hitting some support. I think Bitcoin's going to go lower. Could you get a bounce here and hold? I suspect you're probably going to stay range bound between 66.5 and about 65,000. Big push in the Russell, Microsoft, Qs. So Qs are getting a nice little pump here late into the close. Yeah, I have WBA on my chart too. I got an alert to go long. I did have a buy level that it just tagged, but yeah, let's take a peek at it. But I haven't quite pulled the trigger on it. But it's just been bludgeoned today. I'm thinking that we get maybe one more surge down, a 3-bar surge to a low. But I mean, WBA's just been demolished, right? Absolutely demolished. I'll do some work on this tonight. I'll do some work on this name, but I do think that you are coming up into a bounce zone here, but it's just a matter of how sticky are we for price. Guys, I just took a high-risk lotto play, sized for loss, 439 put on the Qs. This one's probably going to go against us, but it's a pure lotto play. Pure lotto. Exceptionally light position. Pure lotto play. 439 0DT put. I'm expecting a loss because we're just kind of going for a potential grand slam here into the close. Likely not going to play out, so if you want to avoid it, that's probably the smart thing to do. Probably just throwing away a couple $100, but my average now is sitting at 4 cents a con. 4 cents a con on a 439 0DT put. It's only $300 risking in the trade. I have 50 cons. But yeah, WBA is looking enticing. Again, I did get that alert, but I have not pulled the trigger on the specific play yet. NVIDIA is coming down. Google, Meta, communication stocks at the highs. Yeah, Chris, don't do the YouTube. I keep telling my marketing team to take that down and change the membership because YouTube takes so much profit, and I don't really like the interface on YouTube. So anybody, there's a little bit of perks with videos that I release To the general public, you'll get it free, but if you're looking for my direct live trading alert service, it's through the website. Let's see how NVIDIA is doing here. Crimson saying the last 3 halvings caused crazy spikes in Bitcoin. Yeah, historically what happens though with Bitcoin halvings is you get the run up ahead of the halving, which is what we've had. We've had a pretty sizable run up, testing new all-time highs. And then you typically get a dump. There's often a lot of miners that cause forced liquidations as they try to firm up their balance sheet with cash because mining operations become a little bit more expensive, definitely difficult to mine the blocks. You typically see a liquidation in the miners, and they typically start selling into the halving, and then once the liquidation is complete, you typically get a really big move to the upside. So I still think in the short term, Bitcoin is looking a little bit more bearish, or I'm leaning more bearish, I should say. But medium and long term, yeah, bullish. I think that we should see a move back down to between 50 and 55K. NVIDIA not looking good. You know, NVIDIA could be on the 10-minute chart. Take a look at this little pattern, guys, on NVIDIA. Sorry about the large highlighter, but it could be forming a little bit of an inverse, head and shoulders. Could be. Doesn't mean it can't come lower, you know, test the 880 range, but it's potentially forming a little inverse. So we'll watch it closely. How's Nat Gas doing? Did that get faded a little bit? Yeah, it's still holding some positive gains, so not looking too bad. Qs are still pressing here a little bit higher. Big 0DT push on the Qs there. NVIDIA is trying to firm up now. Microsoft as well trying to firm up. Qs are still pressing higher here. Strength in Meta, strength in Google, strength in Apple. Apple's pushing. Microsoft still holding firm. Qs are only down 0.9%, SPY down 0.66, Russell down 1.9. So the Russell's definitely firmed up across the board. Crimpton asking, what's my thoughts on the Apple downturn recently? Yeah, Apple's been a weak stock, right? Markets are near all-time highs. Qs, S&P near all-time highs. But if you look at Apple here, daily chart, on watch for a bearish pattern. What's pretty crazy about this market, okay, you have the S&P, you have the Qs near all-time highs. And look where Russell's trading. Apple's pretty much trading in a bear market. So imagine if Apple started pushing up and trying to recapture all-time highs. What would that do to the Qs? What would that do to the market? That'd be pretty crazy, in my opinion. But Apple right now, on watch for a head and shoulders breakdown. Everyone and their mother is watching this potential breakdown on Apple. One thing that I'm seeing is that we haven't got that daily chart confirmed breakdown yet. So obviously if Apple breaks this little bearish pattern has a downside target of around 137, 136, which indicates roughly, 18, 19% fall from current levels. So is that going to happen? Time will tell. But right now it hasn't confirmed the technical breakdown. This is pretty bearish, though. The fact that Apple's tried bouncing and it's making pretty much lower lows here, not a good sign on Apple. I still have a PT target of, I think this long-term channel is where Apple's going to get its next big bounce. So I think right along this 155, 156 zone, that'll be the top of this channel where you had your pivot, pivot, pivot. That would be a retest of the breakout zone. You have Microsoft coming in a bit. NVIDIA is still pumping. Yep, Michael's saying so many could not fill their gaps. NVIDIA, Amazon managed it, the rest not. Yeah, so I mean, that puts a little bit of a bearish sentiment into the market, in my opinion. The fact that you have opened a bear gap on the Qs, no question about it. There's definitely a bear gap that's opened with this technical breakdown. Now, we'll just see if it wants to try to attempt at filling it or not. Yeah, WBA probably will get a bounce, oversold bounce. It's definitely a little bit oversold into this range. I still think maybe a little lower, and then I'm intrigued. I did get the alert today myself. So big push coming into Apple here, trying to firm up into the close. Qs are still pressing here. Late little rally into the close. Final 9 minutes of trading, guys. Final 9 minutes of trading. I think we see a gap down tomorrow and then it gets gobbled up. I think we see another gap down tomorrow which gets bought up. A lot of mixed sentiment here. A lot of mixed sentiment. So big push there in the Qs. That was a really big push. Hope that's not a head and shoulders forming on CGC. Let's take a look. What time frame there are you looking at? No, there's no head and shoulders here. I mean, maybe the hourly chart potential. I could see that maybe. But still a tough one. Maybe. I could see that. I mean, you haven't really broken the neckline yet. So potential, I can see that. But I mean, you look at the daily chart, it's trying to hold support here and break out. So daily chart certainly showing a little bit more signs. Let me just fix this chart here. Google, Meta strong into the close. Apple, Microsoft weak. Tesla kind of firming up. NVIDIA also firming up a bit. Pretty big dump on Microsoft there into the close. Same thing with MSOS. Oil just trading sideways. Heavy volume coming into the final 5 minutes here of trading. Tesla's getting a nice push and pump into the close. So Tesla's getting a fairly decent sized push into the close. All right, guys, that's the market close. Thank you all for tuning in. Members, stay ready for the daily analysis videos. We have lots to discuss because there's several new positions that we took today. There's a few positions that we closed, but basically we're going to be covering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We entered 7 new positions today, so it was a very active session for TC members here, but I just want to say thank you all for tuning in. We crushed it today on the live stream yet again. Please hit that like button. Please hit the share button. Anyone still interested in my Trading Capital membership, visit tradingcapital.ca. Other than that, hopefully we can see you all tomorrow. Bring your A game because it's certainly still going to be a pretty crazy thing. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts. Again, members, stay tuned for the daily analysis video that I will have out hopefully in the next couple hours. Just going to take a bit of a break, walk the dog, make some food, dinner, etc. But we'll see you a little bit later. Thanks, guys. Cheers.